Hello, hello, happy Tuesday. Hi, Starfighter, good to see you. Where are we today? I want to apologize ahead of time. I usually try to keep my phone all the way off, but it is on vibrate in my pocket, and I might have to check it. My mom is undergoing a relatively routine, but still a small surgery today. And I just want to be available in case anyone tries to reach out to me. So I apologize if I have to stop and check my phone. Other than that, I think today is the day we can start focusing on, finally, gambling for queen bees. We've got Ulrich's running at quote-unquote full capacity. I'm concerned that this is not gonna be enough. I think I can change this threshold to a couple more stacks at least. But, because yeah, my concern is that we're not going to be doing a fully good job on, like, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see if this is enough space for the spoilage. I mean, I guess I can do the math on this, right? It takes... Let me look at Yafsi here. Ulrichs need 0.33 biomass a second. Okay. And our spoiling time is 24,000 seconds. Three hours, 20 minutes is... $12,000 seconds. Yeah, but we need to spoil twice. So that's 24,000 seconds. And we need a third per second. So we need to have 8,000 items spoiling at any time. And this is 12 times 10 times 50... is only 6,000. Okay, so this is not big enough. I need a bigger thing. I need to put, like, a deposit in here. Which is gonna stink, because now I have to get rid of everything that's in this warehouse. Okay, let's turn this off first. And let's drop another warehouse out of the way. All right, and then drop a deposit in. Deposit has 10 by... Does it tell me how many storage slots? 160. Is that enough? $120 slots, 50 items each, was 6,000. Yeah, 160 slots, 50 items each, is just barely 8,000. Okay. So the problem with that is that I potentially need to be able to get a little bit of extra stuff that's already spoiling off of this belt. If we ever get in a situation where this is full spoilage, and this is full as well, and this will also be full of biomass, right? It's like we would have been running slowly and somehow completely let everything spoil, would be the situation. I guess as long as I leave a couple of slots open. So we would set the threshold to, we'll say, like 14 slots. Sorry, we have 160 slots. Let's do 158 of them. Yeah. So that's 7,900. And then if we put back down this thing, and drop all this back in. All right, this should let it get to all but the final 2 slots, which technically is not quite enough, but there will also be some amount on the belt. And they do come out in 2s, so I don't know, 10, 20, and it's like 106. So I think we'll be okay. I think there's enough here. I think if the system doesn't run, it'll still back up. And I need a way to handle that, which I don't have right now. And that would be something like if the total number of items in this is too big, try to do fluorospollen recycling, right? Because we have this reprocessing. Which happens in a nursery. Yeah. So let's push this over one more again. Do I have a nursery on me? I don't think I do. Can I make a nursery? Of course not. Let's just drop it down here. All right. And that's going to be whitelisted to fluorospollen, which I don't think I have to do because that should be the only input to this. Yeah. And then I want to only enable it if everything is above 7950. So what this says is if we get into this last slot somehow, start recycling fluorospollen to stop the whole system from breaking up. And then that can come up here. And it will be the priority input. And then this thing, again, goes here. All right. I do have a boiler and a water pump. Okay. So I need to drop this down here, but that should keep this system from fully backing up. Oh. Perfect. I think perfect anyway. At any rate, this is going to take a while still for this to spoil its way all the way down. Oh, this needs to be whitelisted to native flora. And we need one going in the other direction. Whitelisted to, and actually this one doesn't have to be powered. Biomass. All right, and that should work, I think, because we're going to be pulling in like 10 of these and then pushing out one. Yeah, in theory. In practice, this might need a buffer chest just because it may or may not. I think that'll work. We have a little bit of buffer space here because we need to be able to pull out a whole stack, which is 5 crafts, before this can be able to insert in. So I think this will do what I want now. Hope this will do what I want now. I just have to grab the stuff to make this, but I think this is enough space. And this explains why I never got the flora spoiling way back in like episode 1 or 2. Why I never got the flora spoilage for fuel to heat burners working correctly, because you need a lot of storage to have, you know, in this case, even just 1/3 of a flora per second spoil. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for this to finish bootstrapping itself, by which I mean just waiting for things to spoil, I can go ahead and grab this botanical nursery, because I don't have the stuff to make it. What am I missing? I'm missing planter boxes? What do I need for planter boxes? Oh, I can't even make empty ones, so... Oh, just wood, though. Oh, I just need wood. Let me find a tree. Oh, 10 planter boxes. Okay, let me find a lot of trees. Oh, and now I need soil. Okay, never mind. My hopes that I would be able to just get this done here. Oh, I have soil. Haha! Why are my... Oh, I have my thing disabled. There we go. So yeah, if we start to back up, if this gets too full, we'll just start doing fluorospollen and reprocessing. This could still become totally full of biomass, and there's nothing I can do about that. We're totally full on biomass, and this part of the belt has spoiled. We will deadlock. Do I want to fix that? I can fix it. I could just install a speaker. You're right. I can fix it, and I think the way to fix it, and I could probably even get rid of this botanical nursery, but like, if this is completely full of only biomass, then I need to start kicking ash out of the loop and put ash, like, on a train. But I also like the idea of just installing a speaker. Because that's easy. I always forget I can do that. Okay, yeah, speaker. From this to that. And then if biomass is bigger than... $79.50, I'll say. All right. So yeah, if this is like... Actually, I'm going to do this differently. I'm going to say if... everything greater or equal to... Sorry. Equals... 8,000. Alright, so what this says is if this ever is completely full, tell me. This should never be completely full because these turn on at 7.9. Yeah. These will only fill up to 7.9, and then if we go above that, start freaking out. We'll see if that works. It might yell at me. No, I really should do this with just biomass. Because as long as this has other stuff in it, we can be reprocessing still, and it'll unstick itself. But if this is just biomass, then we really are pretty screwed. So we'll just do biomass here. And if it is greater than or equal to 7,900. That should never happen. Honestly, if we have more than a couple of stacks of biomass in here, we're already backing up a lot. And that probably means, like, Ulrichs are backed up and the whole system's not running. But yeah, for now, I think just the speaker will suffice. Show an alert. What do I want it to be? I'll make it an Ulrich. There we go. Oh, yeah. Playback mode. Yeah, global. I mean, I should still get the alert pop up, even if the sound isn't global, but the sound will get my attention more easily. Okay, so I think this is... I mean, it's not completely unbreakable, but it's largely unbreakable. And we have like 4 hours until stuff fully decays. I can probably grab some biomass from somewhere, but for now, I think we can start thinking about the actual bees. I looked at this. I think I did this on stream last time. Looking at what we actually need for the queen bees and getting them moving. So empty comb we're already making. So queen bees, honey barrels, and natural gas barrels. Natural gas is easy, and honey barrels we'll make on site from honey, and we'll get down to that. The nests need maggots, and the maggots are made from eggs. We need caged vrauks, and we need the arqad honeycomb, which we also need for honey, blah, 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 blah. So I want to start working on the honeycomb section first. But to do that, we need enough wax. For used comb to wax. Oh, this thinks that it can fully recycle all of its used comb. Okay, that's the issue. No, if I link this, there we go. Now I need more used comb, which I get from bitumen. Oh, but it's like a very, very small amount is what it thinks. Okay. Well, that's fine. That was part of my concern, was that we would have too much used comb. Yeah, this thinks that we can fully recycle everything, and I know that's not right. We do have to have an empty comb input into the system. And it's not just for the initial wax, I don't think. I thought I did the math on, like, wax to empty comb, and it was... Yeah, so 100 wax to 8 empty honeycomb. And then... used comb. You recycle just straight back to empty honeycomb. 5x, 5x. Okay. You take in 5x and output 5 used comb. Alright, and each used comb makes 10 wax. Each empty honeycomb takes 12.5. Yeah, okay, so I'm seeing some precision issues here, I think is the issue. I do need to have a small amount of these running. It's just not... Oops. Let's see. Can I add more... Yeah, it should be under preferences. Reactor... I thought there was a way to change decimal points. Maybe I'm wrong. But if I, like, say per hour, we should start to see that, like, some of these... Yeah, 96 point... Wait. Yeah. So I'm right. With this, we need... Used comb. 116 there. What am I doing wrong? I've definitely got something that's like linking in a way that I don't want it to link, so we're starting over. We're going to relink everything, because I definitely need to be bringing in some comb. The wax loop is not perfect, I know that, and I don't know why it's trying to, like, tell me that the wax loop is perfect. Oh, the wax loop is perfect on the honeycomb if you use hot air. Yeah, we're making more wax here. Well, because we haven't accounted for empty comb. Empty comb from wax. $100 wax to 8 empty comb. And then 5 used comb to... I'm so confused. Yeah, this all links fine. Interesting. It's because of the hot air recipes. So if I don't use hot air, I need to bring in. But with hot air, it actually loops. And this is totally self-contained. Alright, now I guess I understand. I mean, let's just not bother with hot air. Yeah, now I can say we need to make a certain amount of empty honeycomb the old-fashioned way. And that we need to be able to get... Well, we melt down our used comb to wax without hot air. No, we always need wax in this case. And then we get a little bit of it also from... See, this still doesn't... I'm so confused. I swear before I had this in a place where it was showing that I did need the input. And... Alright, so this is 100 and... Yeah, 212.4 per... I'm going to turn this off of per hour, because this isn't actually useful to me in this way. I was hoping to get more, more decimal points, but I don't remember how to do that, if indeed I can. Eh? How does this let itself link like this? Sure. What are you... What? .015, .027. This shouldn't be solving. We're making .015. We're requiring .027. How is this solving? I'm so confused right now. Yeah, summary ingredients. It wants honeycomb. This doesn't produce enough, which means I need more wax, which I knew, and I get more wax from more used comb, which I get from bitumen, from filled comb, and then we'll have to have a little bit of an empty comb input. There we go. Now it thinks it's solving. It probably thinks that it has found, like, another closed loop, .059, yeah. I still don't know why this thinks it can solve itself as a closed loop, but... I guess... yeah. Because we're feeding in empty combs somewhere, I guess is what it sees. And it doesn't care that I actually don't have a way to bootstrap the wax. It just sees that, like, oh, I can feed all the empty comb that I need in at this stage. Okay. I understand what it's doing now. It makes some amount of sense. So if I do want to have, for my initial bootstrapping, oh, and this needs tall oil. I just realized that. Okay, oh, I can get that from naphtha, though. Okay, that's fine. All right, so that's why I had a fixed building count here initially. Is because I need to tell it that, yes, I do want to produce some bitumen. And this will pull in naphtha from the natural gas processing, and that's totally fine, too. Okay. We're also going to need vrauks and caged vrauks as inputs. And the cages should loop. Yep, that's fine. Water barrels loop. Water pumping. Let me put these in. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I need vrauk food anyway. Okay. So you are going to be nested table. Water barrels in there. Water pumping, I guess. Caged vrauks need to be outside of that because they're used up here. That's fine. Vrauk food can be its own table as well. Oh boy. Agar. Seaweed. This is a pretty small amount of, stuff we're going to need, but we do kind of have to get all of it figured out. Sap trees, yeah. I could probably start thinking about getting, like, sap modules 2 and seaweed 2 going as well. But Muddy sludge and CO2 with modules. I mean, this is only like 5 things, right? So it's just not a huge deal. Phagogy is self-contained pretty much. And cellulose. Probably do the limestone recipe here because it's simpler. And tree seeds as well. Okay, so these will just bring in wood, which I think I have logs on rails, not wood on rails, so I'll double check that. In here, we also need vrauk cocoons, and we're going to have the food. Use vrauk Mark IIs everywhere here, obviously, because we have them. So the question is, do I want to set up vrauks as a separate farm location, just like I did Ulrich's? Since I need them for arqad nests and arqad maggots. And I want to say yes. I want to say that I do want to set up vrauks on rails as their own station. So we'll consider vrauks to just be an input. And I guess vrauk food as well, I will put on rails separately. So let's pull some of this stuff out. This amount of empty comb that we need in, I think if I just unlink and unclick, then empty comb is just a thing. Yes. Naphtha for tall oil, that's a real input. Vrauk food is an input. Hot air is an input. I guess I can use actually the hot air recipe for these now that I've decided to force one of these apiary hydrocarbon plants. I think it figured itself out. We want natural gas barrels to get looped because natural gas is our input. And native flora, we want to try to do this somewhere near native flora. And obviously, initially, we're bringing in eggs from the creature chambers because we're going to want... well, we can't make eggs until we have queens. And that'll be a whole different thing. So the big thing is the filled comb here, which we are going to need to bring in some sap and some native flora for. And I think, other than that, you know, we need to bring in so many vrauks, so many Ulrichs, etc., etc. And we're going to start making queens, and we're going to start making bitumen from that. But let's get our vrauk farm on rails figured out. Our output is vrauks. We'll use the food, of course. And we'll use vrauk 2 modules everywhere. And I don't know. I'm going to start this at like 10 of these, and I'm going to see what it ends up looking like. You know, 3 to 10 is not bad. Yeah, and that can all be done with one machine doing food. We'll do phagogy on site. 11 phagogy plantations isn't too bad. Do moss on site. That's a lot of moss. What if we do the recipe that has stone? That's a little bit less moss. All right. That's still a lot of moss farms, but so be it. Tree seeds we're gonna need from wood. Cellulose we're gonna need from wood. Again, I'm gonna use the limestone recipe because it's easier. I can make limestone on site just by digging it up. And then wood I think we have to cut from logs, because I'm pretty sure logs are what I have on rails. Let's see, limestone just comes from water. Let's put water pumping in here. Sap. I feel like I should just make sap on site because it is basically ZI. It would be nice to get sap tree Mark IIs for this build, though. Do we take a detour and do sap tree Mark IIs? So we need 2/3 as many sap extractors? I think so. Alright. Well, maybe we're not going to start gambling for queens right away. Let's look at getting sap tree Mark II started. If that looks like it's going to be a major pain, then I'm not going to do it. But if it's not too much of a pain, then I think and agar is the same, steam 250. Oh. Same with seaweed Mark II. Like, that would help with some of these as well. I can bring in saline water. That's actually something I have available on the bus. So these are 5 inputs currently and 1 output of vrauks for about 1/3 per second. If I wanted to go up to 4 reproduction... Oh, 4 to 13 is exactly ratioed. Stone, CO2, logs, saline water, tin plates, and the empty barrels should loop. Yeah. 0.03 microbarrels a second. That's just floating point error. Yeah, and if I link them, it's within the epsilon, and it solves. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah. 5 inputs, 1 output. Native flora. We'll build this near native flora, of course. So I think the question is, like... Do I do... I mean, Fawaji on site is fine, I guess. 14 and 2. And then... Sap on site, if I can get sap... Yeah, that's 42 of these. Okay, yeah, let's do sap tree Mark IIs. Let's get those going first. And then... we can also get seaweed Mark II and keep this at, like, 2 seaweed facilities. That would also be cool. Although, if I want instead to use the cheaper seaweed recipe, it just takes water... With Mark IIs, yeah, 5 of them. But I've already got a bunch of limestone mining happening anyway. And I know I have saline water on the bus. So, this seems worth it. I could get away without going for seaweed Mark II. Like, only 4 of these. But I think I really do want sap tree Mark IIs, because 25 versus 42 buildings is a lot. Okay, let's look at sap tree Mark IIs. How do we make them? Bone meal, fertilizer, sap seeds Mark II, and muddy sludge. Okay. I might have to YAFC this. So sap Mark II into sap seeds Mark II. Sure. I think this is what I want. urea, sodium alginate, moss, sap trees, and muddy sludge to make sap seeds Mark II. And then I can turn those into sap trees Mark II. The other option is getting sap Mark II, which I can just make, question mark? In a regular sap extractor, apparently. Is that true? No. That's not a recipe. Oh, I haven't actually done this research yet. That's why it's not a recipe. Okay. Let's do this one next, then. Just get that done. I didn't realize I hadn't even started SAP Stage 2 yet. Okay, well, while we're waiting for SAP Stage 2 to research, I think I can do most of the rest of this, like, vrauks build. So I'm gonna do it, I think, near here, because I want the native flora. And it is gonna be 5 inputs and 1 output. So we're gonna need a spot where we can do, yeah, this long of a station. And it needs to be near native flora. So looking at that, I could take it over here. What is wrong with you? Oh, we're deadlocked here again. Okay, I need to fix this. I think I need to change this to a bigger container. That's right, I remember this from last week. Let's fix this first while I'm thinking about it. Let's go put down a deposit over here, and I think that'll have enough slots for that station to function correctly. And then I'll go back to looking for a spot for vrauks to live. I might run this rail over here, and then, like, up here and connect up here, and turn this into another, like, box, like I have a box here. And then I can pull in stations from this side or out this side for the vrauks. Something like that. But for now, so if I do want to put a deposit in here, okay, it will work. I just have to change some things. Oh, and let's, how do I disable this station? No power? I think I'm going to have to reroute this pipe a little bit too. Yes. Okay. And now I just have to get this. Ooh. Well, this is bad, because this dispatched some trains that this does not need. So I may have to take some of this away. Oh. Yikes. Okay. That was the problem. Oh, and you just dispatched another one of these, huh? All right, and you are stuck again. Great. All right, well, I know that everything can in fact fit in here now. I just have some extra stuff that I have to leave stashed here. And that's okay. But this should work now with the thresholds that I have set, with this wanting 50 stacks, 30 stacks, 30, 60, 90. It's 140 stacks. This has 160. So I actually could put this up to 70 stacks. Yeah, and this is still positive because there's so much extra of everything. And then... Oh no! There was one more train that got dispatched. Okay. We're gonna have to... let's see if I can fix this. I'm gonna do 2 of these. We're gonna rotate this. Do this, this. That's not right. I do copper ore on one of these and sand castings in the other. Okay. This will just keep pushing these in. And we're always going to have extras, and that's okay. As long as we end up with space in here for the things that we need deliveries of. Which I think we will. Hope we will. I don't know. This may still deadlock. I may have to force it to accept, well, no. It'll take a delivery of... I mean, whatever it ends up needing first. And then, which will probably be borax or copper. And then that train will end up sitting here for a little while. And I guess that's okay, as long as it will unblock itself. And I think it will. Like, this system will stabilize. It's just a matter of How quickly? Okay. What was I doing? Oh, I was going to look into starting the vrauk build while I wait for SAP Stage 2 to research. Yes. And that's why I had been looking for native flora, not native floor. Good job, Brandon. I mean, I could definitely do it here, like right next to where this one is, and just plumb in from the same native flora. Which maybe is not the worst thing to do. Oh, but it is apparently at o'clock. Didn't realize the first hour went that fast. So I will take a break, stretch my legs, get some water, and I will see everybody in just a few minutes. Alright, Twitch says there's still about a minute left on the ad break, but hello YouTube and Twitch Turbo Gang, always good to see you. Yeah, so, I mean, I don't see any reason not to just do it right here. If I do this station right next to this, we can get the vrauks set up pretty easily right over here. It's going to take a bunch of landfill, but that's kind of the easiest native flora to get to on the map. Unless I do what I was saying before, which is start working on, like, this loop, in which case I could send off in this direction, maybe? Maybe that is the best thing to do. Hello, welcome back from the break, everybody. Thanks for sticking around and supporting the channel. We are... Well, I'm grabbing landfill, because apparently I'm low on landfill. This is concerning. I knew that there were some issues with stones still, but I thought it was gonna be better than this. Because I think this stone also mostly feeds my... No, moss is fed by different stone. What does this stone even feed? Latex, okay. And... also latex? Yeah, the salt water is also for latex, I think. No, it's not. What is this for? Oh, pulp. Okay, that's important too. If I had wood... Wood is all running at full... No, not full speed. Yeah, ash is still... not great. I mean, it does look like we're pushing in most of a belt now. Okay, I think ash is just kind of catching up. Still... from the work we did last week, so I'll check wood later. But that we're not pushing any wood past this point is pretty concerning to me. All of this wood that goes up does go to science. This wood that comes down, I think, is also science. It's vrauk food, and I think wood down to other things. Yeah, this feeds science as well. This is all science. So, like, it's important, and I think it's just still catching up, unfortunately. Yeah, it is catching up. I think I just let wood get that bad for that long that it's going to take a while for this whole system to be stable again. Something I could do with these, if I wanted to, is switch them from water to... They're a recipe that takes just... No. Okay. I was hoping I could do ash, tree seedlings, and muddy sludge and not have to route CO2 in, but no such luck there. Okay, let's pretend that this isn't a problem and go back to thinking about this. Okay, I'm gonna do vrauks here. I'm gonna set up a nice big vrauk farm right next to where I did this. So I need, what do I need? I have a bunch of rails. I have a bunch of rail signals. I could use more rail stations, which needs circuit boards and sticks. Grab some iron while I'm here, too. Steel. Okay, that's all the stations. We need 6 stations. May as well do those as well. And I have a bunch of rail. I have some landfill, not as much as I would like, but hopefully it'll be enough. What I need is I'm going to need vrauk paddocks. I'm going to need reproductive facilities. I'm going to bet that I'm not making any of that. Not. What does my shopping list say? 13 vrauk paddocks, 4 reproductive facilities. Here, let me actually just open the full shopping list. 28 moss farms. Ouch. And that's using the version that takes stone, isn't it? It is. Alright. Oh, this is pulling in stuff. Whoops, I didn't realize that. "28 moss farms, 26 sap extractors." And that's with the Mark II, by the way. 14 Fawaji plantations. "13 vrauk paddocks, 6 soil extractors." Um, 5 furnaces, 4 reproductive complexes. Four seaweed facilities, 2 automated factories. Automated factories are already on my list. 2 spore collectors, 2 washers. One barreling machine, 1 wood processing. Oh, let me double check that that wood processing unit is right. Because I am making just logs, right? Yes. Okay, so it looks like we're not building sap extractors, vrauk paddocks, reproductive complexes, or barreling machines. So let's get those added. Vrauk paddocks and barreling machines. All right. I think all of these should be able to get all the things they need. It just might be a little bit slow for some of them. Yeah, all of this stuff is in logistics. It'll just take a little while. So let's see. I could build a barreling machine myself easily enough. For vrauk paddocks, I need glass and microorganism mines, which is more glass. All right. As always with these things, my general... Oops, stop. My general approach is to... Why do I have so many barrels? I mean, I know why I have so many barrels, but... My general approach is to add things to them all, but then kind of handcraft the things that I need right away, and then they'll be available the next time I need them. More glass, aluminum, okay. And the sap extractors need what? What do I need for those? A bunch of soil. Okay, those are always kind of a pain. Grab some iron. Let's grab some soil. And what else do I need? The reproductive complexes, which need glass, iron plates, and a bunch of stone bricks. Okay. I just need one more of these, which is also stone bricks and glass. Okay. Where do I find stone brick? I assume it's in the same place it's always been. I don't think I've moved it. It probably makes sense to me, but what in the holy spaghetti is that base? Yes. It is spaghetti, for sure. It does vaguely make sense to me. I know where everything is. But yeah, it's a mess. Most of this is slowly being replaced by the new train system. But yeah, this is all the way up to Logisci, using basically no trains and basically no caravans. So it's a full belt base. And I've been cramming things in where I can fit them, and it is absolutely a disaster. What was I looking for? Stone bricks. Stone bricks are over here. So that's the 13th one of those. Reproductive complexes need a little bit of iron and a little bit of... a little bit of iron and a little bit of... What did I see they need? Small parts. Steel and titanium. More iron. Jeez. All right, that's all the reproductive... oh, no, I need one more reproductive complex, which is probably, yeah, a little more of everything. Sap extractors need mostly iron, some steam engines, which I do have. What can I get rid of that is just in my inventory right now that I don't need? Okay. You need a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, so the sap extractors and, well, the moss farms. Oh, no, there's one on the way. So we're done on moss farms. So it's really just the sap extractors and the one reproductive complex that I need. I think up here, I should have made a little spot with some soil extractors. Yeah, I did. All right, that's 24. I need 2 more of those, and I need 1 reproductive complex. Okay, reproductive complex needs a little bit of everything. And the sap extractors just need iron plates. Cool. Titanium, glass, and stone brick, and then we have everything we need for this freaking build. Where am I looking? Up here. Glass is up here. And maybe I'm actually lucky and there's some stone brick in here somewhere. Do I see it? If I don't notice it immediately, I'm going to say it's not here. I don't think it's here. Okay. Okay. That is... Oh, it still thinks there's one moss farm on the way. Some poor Logibot has been chasing me around for the past who knows how long. There it is. Thanks, buddy. Alright, so as far as inputs go... flip back to YAFC and think about our train stations. We're going to have tin plates, logs, and stone are all going to be 1 input. CO2 and saline water is another. So 2 input stations, 1 solid, 1 liquid, and then 1 output station. And I don't think any of these need to be more than... a significant... I mean, it's a lot of stone. My concern is the stone for the moss. But we don't have Moss Mark II yet, and this is already 30 freaking moss farms. So I don't really know a better option. Unfortunately. If I do this without... stone... Yeah, 70 moss farms. That's just too big. Nope, not tree seeds. Soil. So... Yep, unfortunately, we're just going to have to deal with bringing in that much stone. Where am I going? Right down here. Hopefully I have enough... You know, in theory, I don't even need another fork for the trains. Like, there's enough space here for the inputs and outputs that I need. I don't need a separate leg for this factory. I could just do it right here alongside this. Okay, so this station, we're gonna need stone. We're gonna need tin. Ooh, yep, no, that's fine. And we need logs. We're also going to need a fluid drop-off station. And this one's going to need some customization, because this is going to have more than one fluid in it. So when we have more than one fluid, what we do is this. And then each of these will separately be hooked up to system. Each of these will be filtered. So we'll have carbon dioxide on one and saline water on the other. And then what we're going to be requesting is carbon dioxide. And saline water. Okay. And then we've got our outputs of each of those fluids. That'll go where they need to go. And then the last station we're going to have is a solid pickup station. Which is, of course, where the vrauks themselves will be. Chain in, rail out, rail out. Okay. Those signals all look good enough. What's the station limit set on this station? 1, please, because there's nowhere for a second train to wait. Yep, you're doing it. You're doing exactly what I didn't want you to do. Station limit here is 1, and station limit here is 1. Okay. And this will be where the vrauks actually end up when they are completed. And then we're going to be having to wait here until stone becomes available. But since tin is running, yeah, we'll have a delivery of stone available in just a minute. And the priorities should work out that it'll come to vrauks here. All right, so with all of that stuff, oh, well, 1, my science has come to a halt, but 2, we did finish, I wasn't paying attention, we finished SAP Stage 2. So we should get sap stage 2 starting itself. That's going to take a minute. And we're also going to need to figure out why science stalled. Not that science stalling is new, but... It's not sodium hydroxide this time. It's wood. Ooh, that's not good. I thought wood was getting better. Moss is not looking good. What spiked my moss demand? No, moss is fine for wood. Yeah, okay, we're still not really caught up on ash for this last wood machine. I thought we were going to be okay, but... This whole chunk is only pulling, 12 ash a second, but... That is... Well... Maybe it'll catch up still. I probably do need to rebuild wood for the main base, or what I was thinking about last time was actually expanding wood here. You can see I've got enough to quadruple the wood input, or the wood output of this system. And then we could actually supplement logs to the main base from the rail base, although I'm running out of places for convenient stations, but it is certainly an option. Maybe I should do that. Maybe that is worth doing sooner than later. Do have a couple fastwood forestries. Yeah. Let's just do it. Let's expand wood down here, and let's get a station set up to bring wood into the main base. And that's just one less thing that I have to think about, kind of, in the day-to-day of the base running. Alright, I need to grab some tree modules. And, oh, I had one of those. Okay. So yeah, all I have to do is get some tree modules to install on here, and then get this whole setup hooked in. And the bots are absolutely gonna just be, occasionally going down here and dropping things in place, because that's what they do. Nothing I can do about that. Okay, let's request tree modules. I need 20 of them. Yes. Oh, I have some. Alright, so I only need 11 of them. Beautiful. Then the other thing I need to do is get a spot where we can get some stations going. I think I don't have much choice at this point, but to grab another trumpet. And we're going to go ahead and drop this Not there. Up here. Can I not shift click? Control shift click. That's what I want. Okay. And some of these are a little too close. Make sure all my segments look reasonable. Good. If I do 2 of these, I'm not going to have space for a turnaround, unfortunately. So we're not going to have a ton of room for stations here. It's really only going to be a couple of them. But that's really all I need. So, solid drop-off. And we're going to request logs. Whatever that is. Stacks. Oh, am I out of inserters? Wow, that doesn't happen often. Okay. Now, coming over here, I need a couple of these wood processing units, too, and I don't think I have any more. No. I'm going to ask for 5 from the bots because I want 2 sets here. But basically, we're going to come down here. All right, 1 a second to 5 a second, but they're going out the poop chute, so that's fine. And 1 a second can just be like this. Oh, I'm out of... Wow. I'm out of everything. And then all of this... comes right in here. Okay, so I need a bunch of inserters. I need a couple more of these guys. And a bunch more inserters. And then this whole thing should be able to start. What are you doing? Oh, you're just catching up to me. All right. And then as far as wood goes... Oh, I also need a shed there. Whoops, I didn't realize. I forgot that that was a funky build, and I'm actually using sheds. Iron and steel. All right. Let's grab the stuff we need for that, and then hopefully we'll be able to go back to the vrauk build. Power lines are around here somewhere. Power lines... Gray inserters, blue inserters are up here. How am I on big power lines? I'm okay on big power lines. Basically just waiting for all the stuff from the mall to show up. If I linger here, it should all kind of make it to me pretty quickly. And that'll get this turned on fully once I drop off those tree modules. I don't think I need to build the rest of this right now. It's not that urgent, and I don't think we need that much wood. But getting this ready to go will hopefully fix some of the situation at the base. And I actually, now that I think about it, I probably don't need all of this. I think I only need about half of this, because each of these uses will take 1 log a second already, and, like, we're not going to be pushing out that many logs. Realistically. So I think it's fine to not, have the bigger setup there. Okay, these just say ingredient shortage at this point. This is just waiting for logs. And logs will get built slowly but surely down here. Obviously, there's other things that have their own priorities already on the rail system that want wood. So they will, of course, potentially be pulling all the logs away that are being produced down here. But we're making like 1.5 logs a second here now that everything is... Oop! Shoot, I forgot I needed to make a shed and I didn't grab iron and steel. Ugh, what a pain. This might be a good reason to think about extending the logistics coverage down into the new base area. Is just, even if, you know, the bots would be very slow getting that building down there, the construction bots could figure it out on their own eventually. But the issue with that is that when the construction bots have coverage over my whatever area I'm working in, they will sometimes claim the builds that I would rather, you know, the bots in my inventory claim. And when they do that, stuff doesn't get built as quickly as I would like. When I'm trying to do a new build and the construction bots way up top of the base have claimed something and have to slowly make their way down. This is only a problem, of course, because I'm using the quick start mod, but oh, does this need a little bit of a bootstrap? It seems like it needs a little bit of a bootstrap. Oh, I didn't get the moss modules at all that I needed. $105 moss. Plus, how much do I need for the rest of the build? I forgot to grab modules when I was making my shopping list. 105 plus... $420 is $325. Ouch. So $325 moss, 140 Fawaji, 138 vrauk Mark IIs. Uh, 52 sap tree Mark IIs. And 40 seaweed. Come on, where's my game? All right. So that should... Oh, and I don't need the trees anymore, because those did get dropped off down here. Okay. Alright, we have a little bit of science going again. Getting this fully running would be nice, but I do actually need to start on sap tree Mark IIs. So let's see what we can do. Let's find a spot somewhere in logistics, because I do want these to be available as modules, right? I want to be able to grab them. So let's go like up here somewhere. Okay, so to make sap Mark II this way, I have to already have sap tree Mark II. So that's what I figured. Okay. Because once I have sap tree Mark IIs, I can make sap seeds directly from sap Mark II. But in this case, I have to do it from this ridiculous recipe. Moss, alginate, urea. That gets me 1 sap seed, which gets me 1... Okay, so I need 12 sap seeds before I can start even bootstrapping this. And then I also need the bone meal and fertilizer. Bone meal I think I have down here somewhere as part of this branch of science, right? I think this is okay. Hope this is okay in its current state. Yeah, I mean, some guts are gonna spoil soonish. And then they'll be pulled through. And a lot of this stuff is, like, almost spoiled. There's some weird stuff with this where when things are spoiling, they're not. A lot of the guts end up spoiling on belt, but that's okay, I think, as long as they are eventually used. And yeah, as always, our limiting factor here is blood. Anyway, I was gonna say I have bone meal, but I have, like, no spare bones here. So I'm not sure I really do have bone meal. Like, we want... Yeah, these are enabled. And Skull is 2, which means that it really wants to kill... Yeah. We have no bones. So this should be running as fast as it can to get bones into both here and in here. What don't you have? You don't have Relicia seeds? How is that possible? Seriously, how is that possible? Well, actually, I did claim a bunch of these Relicias when I was setting up Ulrich's. And I don't have a lot of spare capacity here, so it's quite possible that what I did was rather disruptive to this whole setup. So that might be okay. It might be okay that we're a little slowed down at the moment. Yeah, we're missing cubs, and we're missing Relicia seeds, and we're missing some Relicia seeds because I kept grabbing Relicias from this build. So that might be okay. I think it's just, yeah, it's just still catching up. Because this is fully backed up here. This path is just about fully backed up. And then all the seeds will be coming into these two machines shortly. Okay. I'm not as worried about that anymore. Okay, so what did I say I needed to start making these things? We need 6 sap seeds. Even once I have sap seeds, I still need the fertilizer and the bone meal. Biomass, manure, and zogna. Okay, all of that is down below. I'm gonna have to do these down below, I think, unfortunately. But let's just get what we need, like, building-wise. This is done in a botanical nursery. This is also done in a botanical nursery. Okay. This does 1 in 25 seconds. And this does 1 in 40 seconds. Let's ratio this out in YAFC real quick. I want to make sap tree Mark IIs. We're not gonna do that. We're just gonna do this. Four to 15. That makes way more than I need. That is very, very fast. I mean, honestly, I should probably just do this. And then urea is relatively easy to get. Not this one. I don't have enough blood. Seaweed, urea, ash, biomass, and biocrud. I'm not sure I have fertilizer stage 2 yet. I can research it, but I don't actually have it yet. Is that better or worse than just doing this one that has manure, biomass, and zogna? Because, like, this doesn't seem that hard. I have all this stuff. Oh, nope, not that recipe, though. this recipe. And then urea. Liquid manure I consider an existing input. Oh, this takes regular sap trees as an input too. Oof. And regular sap seeds, which come from sap. Alright. Yeah, no. I really only need to make enough sap trees that I can start making sap seeds from sap, right? Like, this is the dream. And for that, we need 10 sap seeds, or 10 sap trees. Well, we really only need 2, right? We need 2, and then we can get this going this way. But to make 2, we need 12 sap seeds made from this recipe. And that is just just 12 urea? Sodium alginate, moss, sap trees. Yeah, and this is where it's like, you need 40 of these, but I'm tempted to hand create, or not hand create, but hand feed the initial sap seeds. Because I can do that from, like, where do I have sodium alginate? Like, here. Look, sodium alginate. Where's my train stuck? That doesn't make me happy. How? Oh, because we have way too many... Yeah, because these needed to be turned off if this got too full. So I need to move some of the sand castings over into this building again. And then gate this on these being below... I don't know. Below, like, 2,000? Let's go fix that. And then I'm going to go back to thinking about SAP Mark II, because I did decide I really needed it, right? Because we're looking at the difference between 26 SAP machines and 42. I mean... maybe I just make 42 SAP machines. They're not that big. I'm starting to feel like I'd rather make progress on my goals, but getting SAP Module 2s going would be worthwhile. Okay. So this needs to only be enabled when sand castings is less than 2K. There we go. Yep. That should do what I want now. And I think this one we can pick up. So that'll augment the sand castings when they're actually needed. Because this won't actually trigger until this goes to minus 2k on the sand castings, which it won't. Oh, I messed up. All right. Fortunately, that was relatively easy to fix. Oh, and it is another hour done already, so it's at o'clock. I will see everybody in just a few minutes. Hydrate, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do. Take care of yourself as a human being. And we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking around through the ad and supporting the channel. I appreciate it. Just watching copper. I think I've got it fixed now with the conditional inserter that I just did here. So this won't put all of these extra sand castings back in until they're actually needed. Something that I was just thinking I could do here is hook these guys up to here and turn them on only if we're less than like 11,900. And what that'll do is ensure that this will always kind of leave the last slot open for plates that come from this side, because we don't want to get backed up on this half of the system not being able to process this copper coming through here. And like if we don't have anything coming through here, we pull from this, it'll turn this on, it'll turn this on, and everything's fine. But we always want to have space for this side to run, because if we pull from liquid, that doesn't drain this belt, right? And liquid copper is something that we do need to be able to supply to other parts of the base. So that's... I may need to actually set this more aggressively. I might need to keep like 10 or 20 spots empty, depending on sort of what the ratio of solid copper to liquid copper ends up being. But for now, I want to make sure that we let this system breathe a little bit, basically. Alright, and we should have multiple copper trains, like, en route at this point. Yeah. Hopefully it's figuring out what it needs for all of its dispatches there. Okay. So I was thinking about Sap Mark II and getting enough... I need to make sap seeds from alginate, moss, some initial sap trees. Here, let's go back to YAFC. Oh, planter boxes. None of this stuff is complicated. I just don't have it all in the same part of my base in a way that's convenient to get to. And like, that's kind of the problem. Is like, I can do all this. I want one of these guys making sap. But, like, obviously we're not going to have 200 sap extractors making enough sap to make all of the seeds we need to run one of these things full-time a second, right? That's... and that's because this is the upcycling recipe, right? So maybe what I need to first do is get automation for plain old sap trees. Like, sap seeds into sap trees, nothing else, right? Because I never bothered to automate these in the first place. Yeah, and this is doable. This is super doable, and it has very few inputs. So let's get this part done first. We'll get Sap Tree Mark 1s into logistics, and then for upcycling those and getting Sap Tree Mark 2s bootstrapped, we can do a smaller build, and it can potentially be somewhere else, because the Tree Mark 1s are going to be already in logistics, and it's all super low volume anyway, so the logistic bots can handle it without it being like the end of the world. I like this plan. And that way, if I do decide to just build my 42 darned sap thingies instead of getting Sap Tree Mark 2s going, I don't necessarily need as much. I'll have the Sap Tree Mark 1s in logistics already, right? So we'll do it up here, because this is sort of the general area where I've been putting stuff that I want in logistics that doesn't have any other homes. 6 of those. Need to feed 1 and then 1. Okay, this is super easy. Oh, right. They have poop shoots. Do I really have no botanical nurseries right now? All right. All right, and this is going to be sap trees. And the other thing that this needs is planter boxes. Which, where do I have planter boxes? I have them down here for science. Oh, I have them on Logi already. I'm way ahead of myself. I love it when I'm way ahead of myself. I'll have it request sap seeds, why not? But let's see. I should have a bunch of sap down here in the storage area. Yeah. Turn off always trash. Grab a stack of sap. And I can use this to get it started up here. And can I make some... Probably not right now. I'm sure I'm missing everything that I would need. Yeah. Yeah, I'm missing pretty much everything I would need. Okay. Well, this will start, and then if I come down here, I should be able to copy and paste the ones that have modules in them. And yeah. All right. And then we just need some power. Cool. So the Logibots should figure this out at this point. We do have... yeah, they're figuring it out. We have planter boxes on Logi. They'll bring them up here. And this will just start making Sap Mark 1, Sap Tree Mark 1 modules. Now, the question is the upcycling to Sap Tree Mark 2. So let's go back to Yafsi. So this is going to need... I mean, the fertilizer and the bone meal are kind of the hassly parts, right? Oh! Ulrichs make bone meal directly. And a lot of blood. I don't know if that blood to everything else ratio is better than whatever, but... Otherwise, we need to get bones. I really need a... This is where I kind of want a spreadsheet. Because what I want is... I basically want to know what percentage of each animal, each of the different outputs are, right? It's like I want to make bones, and I can do that with, or I want to make bone meal, actually. But I can do that with Ulrichs. And it looks like Ulrichs are probably the best for bone meal. Or I can do it with... Yeah, I'm going to make a spreadsheet very quick. And I'm sorry you're not going to be able to see this, but I don't want to mess with my OBS to try to capture Google Sheets. Okay. So, for each animal, we're gonna have, like... You know what? Maybe I am gonna try to do my capture. Let's make this a fresh window. Can I get... Change my tool capture to... Actually, you know what? Instead of Google, do I have... Yeah, here we go. Blank worksheet. There we go. Welcome to spreadsheets. We're doing spreadsheets. All right. So along the top, I want to have like each animal And each one's going to end up being 2 columns, basically. So, like, if I want bones, my options are... Well, I want bone meal, actually. Ogs, fish, cotton guts, and corlex are the other ones. Alright. And then each of these is going to have bone meal, bone. Well, their bone meal is going to be half their bone, and that's what I care about. Meat, skin, guts, brain. I gotta basically put all of the... lard. There we go. And I think of all the things that I can do, that's everything. Alright, so Ulrichs make 6 bone meal, 4 meat, 2 skin, 3 guts, 1 brain, 2 lard, 0 fish oil, and I'm going to divide blood by 10 just to make the numbers work out better. So 8. We're going to have a total, and that is the sum of, let's see, plus B2 ... B9? No. Do I remember how to do a spreadsheet? Insert math. Oh. Sum of... What do you mean you don't have sum or add? Equals sum of B2. What are you doing? B2 is 6. This card. What are we doing here? Why do we still have... Clear that. Total. Why is B2 still selected? There we go. How have I managed to get into this weird selection mode? I don't know. Yeah, why are you automatically doing that? Equals sum of all of these, please? Insert function. Math. Count. Sum. Yeah. Okay. And I forgot to put in how much lard we get from Ulrich's. That's 2. Okay. This... What do you mean depend? Oh, so I did it in the wrong place. Div of B to B10. Yeah. And I just crashed it. Wow. This is what I get for trying to use Calligra. Alright, I'm gonna do this one more time, and then we're gonna go to... We're gonna go back to Google Sheets. Okay, so Ulrich, raw Ulrich, percentages, brains, blood, guts, skin, lard, meat, and bones. Yeah. The thing I care about is actually bones, so I'm going to put that at the top. And I'm just going to say other, and that'll sum up anything that's, like, not in this list. That'll be the fish oil and everything else. So you get 1 brain, you get 8 blood, you get 2 skin, you get 2 lard, 3 guts, you get 4 meat, no other, and our bone meal is 6. Okay, and then bone meal percent is div sum of B3 to B10, comma, B10. Cool, and we crashed again. All right, let's try Google Sheets. Pain in the butt. Ulrich. Bone meal. Brains. Blood. Guts. Meat. Lard. Other. Skin. Okay, so once again, 6 bone meal, 1 brains, 4 meat, 2 skin, 2 lard, 3 guts, 8 blood, 0 other, and bone meal percent is equals sum div sum B2 B9 comma B2. And actually it should be this. What does that mean? error. Oh, unknown function div. Okay. Sure. Except I want it the other way around because I want it to be a fraction. B2 out of, and actually times 100 because I want it to be a percent. All right. So ulrichs are 23% bone meal. Here we go. Finally. We're making something resembling progress here. Everything else, the ratio of bones to bone meal is 10 bones to 5 bone meal, so I just have to cut their bones in half. So, Augs is 1.5 bones. 8 meat, 2 skin, 2 lard. 1 brain. 10 blood and 3 guts. And nothing else, I don't think? No. Yes. Significantly worse. Okay. Fish are 1. Stop trying to be helpful. 1 bone, 5 guts, 3 skin, 5 meat. Ten other. 4%, they're even worse than the Augs. Cotton guts, I'm sure, are also bad. 2.5 bone meal. 1 brain. 6. Oh, 2 brains from cotton guts. Oops. 6 blood. 4 meat, 4 skin, 5 guts, 5 lard. Nothing else. And Corlex, which I don't have bootstrapped yet, but I'll get them in here just in case, is gonna be... Oh, and I could also do tired Augs, which have less blood and some other stuff, but I don't know why I would ever want to do that. 1.5 bones, 3 meat, 3 lards, 1 brain, 3 meat, 3 lard, 2 guts, 5 skin, and 3 blood. And nothing else. Okay, so yes, bone meal percent, the ulrichs are the best. And I'm going to do this for everything. And then their other is almost always going to be something specific to that creature. And if I'm actually, sum of B2 to B9. Because, yeah, everything kind of has their own percentages for each of these. B2 to B9 again. Okay. here we go. I'm going to call this one animal products. Cool. So now, depending on what I need, I can actually I know what animal I want to process. So in this case, I want bone meal, so I want to process ulrichs for that. And then the question is, what happens with the rest of their body parts, and where do those go, and how do they get processed afterwards? And the answer is, don't know. But what I do know is that I need to make a little station where I can start butchering some ulrichs to make bone meal, and then their blood will feed into workers' food, and that's fine. I'll have to go from there. But basically, for each of these each of these rows, like bone meal percent, and I can actually highlight these. Fill color, like I just picked the one that's highest, and that is the best creature with the fewest byproducts for when I want that particular thing. Interestingly, it's never correlates. Now, for wanting combinations of things, like what is the best creature to slaughter for the, what are they called down here that I make for science? Animal samples? Like, that's, who even knows what the best way to avoid byproducts for that is. But I do have a little spreadsheet now. Okay. So it does seem like I want to get some ulrich slaughtering set up for bone meal. The issue is just, what do I do with the byproducts afterwards? Oh, does that not work correctly without, like, actually using a decider combinator? I guess I can't just put everything in one of these guys. Alright, I'm gonna have to go fix that. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, it's also wrong. Turn on decay priority here. This is wrong because all we're going to do is start burning through our half-decayed stuff, and that's not what we want to do. We want to let it decay. So maybe what I want is for this to only run if the sum of fluorospalanin and biomass is bigger than... Yeah, I think that's what I want. Arithmetic. Okay, I have a few. Let's head down there I went on a side quest figuring out what I need to slaughter for bone meal, and the answer is oryx, by far. Which is great, but that means that I do want to get my Ulrich build down here working correctly. And then we're going to have to figure out how we want to do animal slaughtering on the bus. Oh, shoot. Okay, let's get this arithmetic combinator in here somewhere. Let's disconnect that. Ooh. Okay. We don't need that filter, actually. We just need for this to be the sum of fluorospalanin plus biomass. And for that output to be, I don't really care, we'll call it alpha. And then these guys actually just whitelist nothing. That's a good way to get them started. And then you need to be enabled if alpha is greater than 7,900. So basically, if this has filled up with decay products, not just stuff that's waiting to decay. Now we can turn off the filters. And then I think what I want here is for this to also use alpha. And what I want is for this to be no, I want this to be the whole thing, right? I always want this to try to remove spoiled stuff, but I only want it to put in native flora when there's like extra space for it. Which means that the native flora needs to be 7.9 minus what I'm going to call beta. Beta is just the sum of alpha and native flora. And then this is going to be 7.9k minus beta. Okay. So now these won't insert because this is full, obviously. And then they'll start pulling once there's space in here. Okay. I think that vaguely makes sense. Vaguely. And then this starts to recycle if this is ever... Really, it should be recycling if this has a positive amount of... Yeah, let's change this to a new signal as well. So let's grab a decider combinator. And we're going to read hold all belts. So if we're actually going to use an arithmetic combinator too. So this is going to be the same, this is going to be biomass, not that there should ever be that much biomass on here, plus spalanin. Oh, put it as alpha. And this is going to say if alpha is greater than 0 and flora equals 0, then we're going to output like a trash signal. I probably don't have a trash signal, do I? Oh, I want a trash can. What about null? Do we have a null? A nil? No. Oh well. Let's do omega. Doesn't really matter. All right, and then that's on this whole system. So what that says is basically if this belt is all spoilage, then we're in a bad spot and we want to turn these on. So these go on if omega is greater than 1, or greater than 0 actually, or does not equal 0. Yeah. Make sure that we're on the output here. So we have this sum of everything. I don't think there's... Oh, programmable speaker. Right. You'll go off if the system fully backs up, which hopefully won't ever happen. You'll... Yeah, minus beta. And then if I take... Oops. If I take one more stack out... Should... Oh no. Yeah, because this is exactly 7, 9, so it wants to be 2. If I take out a third stack... There we go. Beautiful. And then, yeah, if this belt decays, which is kind of the lockup condition, is if this belt is decayed, then we'll start reprocessing fluorospalanin to make room up here, basically, for fresh flora to come in. And actually, do I just say if alpha is greater than native flora? No, actually, if alpha is greater than 0, we reprocess. It should be like if alpha is greater than 0 for too long, right? We want if this is greater than 0 and... I need to give this a different output. I'm going to give this a different output. Even though it is alpha again, now it's gamma. All right. Gamma is greater than 0 and beta, which apparently I don't... Yeah, we're outputting beta. We should have access to beta. Where's beta here? Oh, no, we're not, because we're not going through that. There we go. Yeah. And beta is greater than... Why is beta flashing? This worries me. What's flashing? Where is... Oh, because this is being added to... Okay, yeah, we need to separate some things. Okay, there we go. Now we're not fluctuating. Let's double check. So our alpha right now should be 4,000 because that's how much fluorspalanin we need, or we have. Beta here is 8.1 thousand, probably because we're getting some from here. Yes. Yeah, okay, these networks are contaminated. Okay, there we go. So gamma should be 0. And then if it's gamma is bigger than 0, which is anything is spoiled on here, that's fine. And then in this one, we say if gamma is bigger than 0, so if anything is spoiled, and beta, which should be the sum of everything in this system, for whatever reason is not exactly 8,000. There it is. Is greater than 7.9 thousand. Then output. Okay, so yeah. If this starts to spoil, then make room in here. That's what this says. And this says insert native flora if we have fewer than, or if we have more than 2 slots available, top it up with native flora. Where is this blocked train? Whoa! Well, no, we should be making concrete then. You're dead because did I mess up a water pipe apparently at some point? Okay, let's fix that. I think this is right now. Am I totally sure of that? Absolutely not. But I think this is right now. These insert if this is not totally full. And if this has spoilage on it, then we start to clear things out of here. And then these guys will only be whitelisted for the spoilage. So they will insert the spoilage into here. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, let's go fix concrete production and get that stuck train dealt with. That looked like it was just a plumbing issue. Yeah. I mean, just a plumbing issue, but also not an easy one to resolve. How I set this up. Okay, that should unblock this thing pretty quickly. Well, I say quickly, but... Sure. This will figure itself out. And I still haven't really... Alright. Well, this should be running, and it should have made some... Yeah, this isn't going to be super fast, but, like, I don't need the modules that often. So, like, whatever. The other thing, then, to figure out is I was looking at the Mark IIs. Okay. So this. Bone meal, fertilizer, muddy sludge. Fertilizer, I just got the new recipe for. So I've got this potential recipe. I've got this potential recipe. I've got this one. I've got... How do I make this? This fish hydrolysate. Hydroxide water and sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is not that hard to make. But I feel like this is like a sink for acid, maybe, more than anything else. And then everything else I'm getting into more advanced recipes, yeah. Okay. This still seems like the easiest one to do. Like biomass, manure, zogna. I already have manure and zogna together. Biomass I can get basically anywhere. So, like, let's head on down here and look at where I've got manure and zogna, which is here. And the question is, can I readily get biomass from somewhere? And the answer is, maybe? I mean, certainly we have, well, all of this that I made, which is turning out to be not as useful as I thought, because we're just not actually making as much, well, we are. It's just not coming through the system as quickly as I would like. But, like, every once in a while, this makes a little bit of power. But yeah, if I can get biomass down here pretty readily, or pretty easily, then I've got fertilizer. And then the other thing I need is the Mark II sap seeds, and this is the urea, the alginate, the moss, the Mark I sap trees, and muddy sludge. And then the bone meal, which I'm saying I'm going to get from Ulrich's. So I think what I want to do, thinking about, like, animal processing, is I'm going to end up making a animal processing plant on rails somewhere. And I'm going to... I think what that needs to do is it needs to, like, request reasonably small quantities of, like, every animal, and then it, like, turns on and off their slaughter based on what it needs. So, like, if we need bone meal, we slaughter Ulrich's. If we need meat, we slaughter whatever's best for meat. I don't know. Looks like fish, actually. If we need whatever, right? And then we'll need to deal with the decay products, obviously, inherent in keeping, you know, quantities of that stuff around. But that way, like, cages are all kept centralized in that system, etc. So we'll end up, you know, we'll request from the Ulrich station, you know, a stack of Ulrichs to the slaughter station, and then it'll do what it needs to do. And then it'll have pickups for meat, bone meal, whatever. But I think I've decided that I want to give up for now on this SAP Mark II journey. And we're just going to accept that we need 42 sap extractors for our vrauk build. Because this is just a major distraction, and that's a bunch of new stuff that I'm not really wanting to build right now. So we're gonna need a lot more of these. Let's head up to base and let's collect what we can for the modules that we need and stuff like that. Let's see. Vrauk modules should be right up here. And these bots should be happy to start delivering them to me. And then the sap trees, the phawagy I'm going to have to grab from somewhere. And the rest of the buildings shouldn't be too hard to deal with. Oh, and I should also grab more cDNA and plug it into the bees. Because they will happily take that. Alright, and it has been another hour, again, somehow. So, I am gonna go ahead and let the bots do what they do. I'm gonna take my break, get some more water, stretch my legs, and I'll see everybody in 3 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Looks like we have all of our buildings. Hey, B. Jonas, I am indeed back. Oh. Well, that would be why the bots aren't bringing me anything. Bop. Let's see. I should drop off some of these barrels someplace. That would free up some space in my inventory. 53 of the 84 that I need. Yeah. I will have to come back for more of those. I mean, this is not a super fast build, but they'll be there later. So I think all I need to do is grab the Fawaji from somewhere. And I can finally get the vrauk build going, which I said I would do like 2 hours ago. But that is Pyanodons. There's always something else. Oh, hey! Look at all this wood. This thing finally turned on? There we go. And cDNA needs to get dropped off over here for the bees. That'll be a few more runs of them. We've got lots of eggs stacking up, which is fantastic. Okay. Let's get this vrauk build started. Where do I want to start is the question. I lost my game window. There we go. We've got kind of a few different modules for each of these, so let's uncheck that. We don't want the bots to bring anything that I already have when I go back to base. But I think the first step is going to be this. These are going to make regular vrauks. Their output is, yeah, empty barrels and... empty barrels and the vrauks themselves. So that is one outserter. And then their total amount coming in is also really low. So one inserter. And this is pretty much going to be... every time. Nope, see, that just doesn't work either. I guess I need to make it a blueprint for the click and drag to work right, don't I? Because then I can define its tiling width and it would actually do the thing that I want. Okay, but output here. Output priority right is going to be empty barrels. Which means left will be the vrauks themselves. However many inserters we actually need for those. Not many. It's like a quarter a second. And then the input is going to be, as always on these things, a big old... Well, how many ingredients do we actually have? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5 ingredients. So that is going to be this big old thing. And 4 reproductive complexes. Uh-oh, am I out of landfill? I'm out of landfill. Ugh, alright. That is not ideal. Oh, I guess I can't set the modules because it's a blueprint. That is also not ideal. For one of those, one, like 2, several inserters. I don't know. 4 should be fine. And then output will be, each of those makes half a cocoon a second. That's fine. That will be outputting just the cocoons. But on the other side, we also need to output the empty barrels, because those need to come back around for disposal. Oh, and we also need to handle the stuff that spoils, don't we? Yes. Fluorospalanin and biomass. Both need to come off of that belt, or out of that machine if something goes wrong. We're going to need a bunch more. Bunch of landfill, unfortunately. Which isn't great because I don't have a lot of landfill right now. But c'est la vie. Let's get our barreling machine. There it is. And then output. And that actually needs to do more like this kind of thing. That should work. So that'll push the barrels onto the outside. The only thing that ends up on the inside is going to be the actual cocoons. And then all the other ingredients end up on the outside. So from like here... well, none of this actually goes directly up to that, does it? It's going to be the moss, it's going to be the sap, and it's going to be the native flora. And it's going to be the vrauk food. And the water barrels are already set to feed in here. So we need to make our moss thingy, and our sap build, and however many miners we need for native flora, because I forgot to put that in my requests when I was up at base. All right, 2 flora collectors down here somewhere. Alright, the native flora doesn't need to feed into moss, or phalange, or sap. So this belt just needs to come right up to, like, here. Okay. And then we need our phalange builds, our sap build, and our moss build. Moss is going to need the stone and the CO2 coming from here. Alright, I'm gonna go check on landfill, because if landfill is not actually being built, we're gonna be in a rough position real soon. Because we're gonna need hundreds more of it to finish this build. So I may need to adjust some priorities of some things so that landfill is preferred or something. Alright, we finally have wood actually coming through, which is delightful. This is great to see. Which means that this is running again, which is also great. Too far north. Where is... Why is this stopped? This is stopped on... Oh, stone. Oh. Okay, well that's bad. Well, okay, not bad, but it's not good. Does this correctly filter itself? It does. Okay. But yes, I do need, for the stone, for the belt that goes down this way, I do still need to be disposing of the stone. Which means this needs to be a little more like this. And that'll all drain correctly down there. That'll do what it needs to do. Alright, well that's a source of stone that's been missing from the base, but it's not like... I mean, the real issue is up here. Oh, and it actually seems to be that we're mining things out. We really are, like... Cool. I might have to come up here and redo this and get space for more, figure out where to put a few of these miners and get this running again. Okay. Because it does seem like we have the carbolic oil. Like, this is sitting at 90-something. This is sitting at 100. So yeah, we're just not pulling... We're not using all of our carbolic oil. So... Let's fix that, and let's get the stone running again. Side quest number 37 today. All right. Right, and then here, actually, let's do... One on the top, 2 on the bottom. Because that one comes in on the top there. And that should end up being... quite a bit more stone now. Yay. Alright. That looks fine. Such as it is. I could definitely... there. And there. Okay. This won't quite run a full... I don't think this will quite run all of these, but it'll be more of a full belt than... And this is a lot, because this is a double-stacked belt. So we're pushing through, you know, 16 here. And these guys... Oh, I had just made that connection, and then I just undid it. I could definitely try to get more around some of the other positions and get a second, like, full belt of 16 a second, but somehow I doubt that our carbolic oil is actually gonna hold up to that level of demand. And I guess I could put full lane balancers on each of these too. Oh god, go away. Let's see, do I remember how to do this off the top of my head, or am I going to go copy and paste it from somewhere? I'm going to copy and paste it from somewhere. It's that. I'm sure that was a load-bearing wooden power pole, so we'll just reconnect that. Okay. Well, until I run out of carbolic oil, which is a distinct possibility, I at least am making a lot of stone. I am wondering why these are not split identically, though. Because this should split both of these into... Oh, because it's after this pull. These need to be lane balanced too. Or... something. Maybe I just want to do this and this. There we go. That's doing what I want now. Yeah. Yeah. That looks fine. Like, the demand at the other end of this is funky, but here... we're pulling everything in, and we're shoving it into whatever lanes need it, and that is what matters. And I'm assuming these are starting to slow down because... oh! No, we're backed up on... and that makes sense, because this is twice as much shale oil, or twice as much, whatever this is, keratin as there used to be, because these are full 16-item belts. So we need more. I mean, that is correct now, and then we need to double all of this. Which is... no, that was supposed to be a copy. Stop. Something like this. And I can make a few of these. Yeah, and I need to switch to power poles that I actually have on hand. And all of these, I guess, are waiting for landfill. Yeah. And then we may very well find that 2 of these doesn't make enough steam. 100, 120, 240 steam. Each of these makes 60. So yes, I need 2 more of those. Which I don't have on me. I need 2 more oil burners here, as well as a bunch of landfill, before this will fully unblock its full capacity. Should have oil burners, I hope, up here. It's possible I don't yet. No, I don't. All right. Oil burner it is. Go in here. What do I actually need to make those for myself? Is just a bunch of plates. Which I can grab. Okay. Oh, I already had some in my inventory. Oops. Wasn't paying attention. So, let's get those up here. One, two, oops. Cool. And now all I need is a bunch of landfill. Let's see. With all of this stone now going down this way, one of these belts pretty much should be going directly to... I don't know, a bunch of stuff. I thought one of the belts went, like, right to Moss, but maybe I'm mistaken about that. Alright, this is slowly catching up. Slowly. What is this end, and what is it pulling stone for? Okay, this is this setup. Right now, I have it set up so that... Yeah, let's go change that. That's just burning stone that I shouldn't be wasting right now. Because this is all saline from stone. And what we want is for this side to be a top-off from the rest of the network. We want to supply it from the railbase, because the railbase is making it from a couple of salt mines, and those are dirt cheap. Alright, so that's one kind of spot that's being wasted. And then this comes from, yeah, the other stone. These are also some very, very long belts that are on my stone system, so, like, it's gonna take a while for them to start, there we go, backing up again. But it will happen eventually. That is not a lot of... I'm actually not sure upgrading those inserters was worth it. I don't know if I get enough. Yeah, no, because this isn't going to make enough gravel consistently enough to run this any faster. Because this will pull, I mean, we have half a belt here, and this will pull whatever. Alright, well, this is going to take a long time to rebuild a huge pile of landfill like I used to have. I've kind of been relying on having thousands of landfill available. But this will catch up through here. In fact, it already is backing up pretty quickly. And then... yeah, I mean, I think I just gotta keep building this system and, yeah, just keep building that system and come back for landfill later. It's really all I can do with it. Okay. So these need... oops. These are going to be read, hold, read, hold. These are going to be enabled when whatever thing we're feeding, when native flora is less than some threshold in the system, turn it on. You're going to be if barrel... nope. Water barrel. Less than whatever. 4 times 4 is 16, plus 3 times 13 is 39, 55, so call it twice what we need, so 110 water barrels. And native flora is 10, 20, 30, 40, 80. I probably will need to tweak these numbers, but that's my baseline. And then we're also going to have sap as an input, 130 there, plus 24, 154, so 308 sap. And then moss, we have 20, 40, 60, 80, plus another 80, 184 times 2 is 368. Oh, and vrauk food is the last piece that will need to be hooked in. Vrauk food will be... What do we need? 26 there, plus 30 times 2 is 60. Okay. All right. So, with that in mind, all of our inputs here, let's get the vrauk food build done. And actually, I want to do like this. These two can go over here for now. This one can come here. Oh, and I lost my chute. This one. There we go. The build for vrauk food is going to be over here, so that one will plug into this belt, and then these guys will be down here with moss and sap, and that'll be, yeah, that makes sense to me. I promise. Vrauk food. One output. And inputs, we're going to need cellulose, agar, a little bit of steam. And the agar needs seaweed, which is only 4 seaweed thingies. But they're still big. Oh, do I not have that improved seaweed recipe yet? Shoot. Oh, and I'm probably a ways away from it. Okay. Alright, so we're using the old seaweed recipe. Let me see how much we're going to need then. Okay, 10. So we're going to need 6 more seaweed crop facilities. That's fine. Does that mean we don't need saline water at all in this build? It means we don't need saline water at all in this build. And I'm going to be naughty and just void it. Alright, so we're going to need... How many more seaweed crop facilities? 6. Just put that down. So I know what I need. Okay, so I now need to find a place to build 10 of these, not just 4 of them. But their only input now is water, so it can really be anywhere. So let's just do it like here. Oh, so that's not a real one, so I can't actually... There we go. All right, there's seaweed, finally. An agar gets made in a high-pressure furnace. Also with steam as an input. Oh, 2 high-pressure furnaces. I was not paying close enough attention. Okay. So, that's fine. We can fit 2 of them in here. And we still only need 1, yeah, just 1 electric boiler. Not there, though. Seaweed in. Oh, and actually, I guess the boiler could go there. Doesn't really matter. Water up here. Okay. That'll be most of that. The other inputs to this, we need the tin, we need tree seeds. Which come from wood. Yeah. That'll be down here. One of our outputs of this will just be pretty much, I think, log to wood to tree seed. I don't think I need to do anything special with it. So, like, just wood processing unit directly into assembler. Assembler makes tree seeds. Wood processor makes wood. You get an inserter. That's pretty much it for that. Okay. And the other thing that needs to come up from down here is tin for this. Yeah, tree seeds and tin. And use filters for tin. Plates. Tree seeds and tin. Moss and phalogy we need to make. Oh, and cellulose. Okay, so I do need logs from one other place. That's fine. All right. Logs will come up here into a thingy making cellulose, which I think is also just a high-pressure furnace. And the limestone for the cellulose is... Where do I have limestone? Okay, 3 soil extractors making limestone. Which will go kind of right here. Well... here. Let's get that there. Okay. These are limestone and all need to be powered. Beautiful. Oh, and that doesn't feed this. That feeds one of these. Just one? God, I hope it's just one. No, it's 3 of them. Oof, okay. This is gonna stink. This is gonna be a pain in the butt. Because we gotta have space for like 3 of these things around 1. Okay. So that is all of those. All of these inputs will need to be managed for whatever. The remaining inputs are... What do we have? We have agar, cellulose done, tree seeds done, tin plates done. So it's just the moss and the phalangy. Okay. And those will come in through here. From wherever I grow them. So I think that just means that we have to get the output of this figured out. It only makes a few a second. So I think we can do this. Beautiful. Now, what I don't have on here is handling for spoilage. I think the only spoilage that we have is going to be biocrud. Because both of these things spoil into biocrud, right? Yes. Okay, so you're going to be biocrud. And we're also going to have one like here, there, there. Here, here, here. And then these guys are also gonna need biocrud out. Like there. And I don't know what I want to do with this one. If I do it here, can I do like that? Oh, yes, I can. Love it. Okay. Okay, that looks good. So that's all the biocrud, if indeed we make much. The other thing we need to do is the inputs, which, yeah, let's put this. Actually, put that there. And then output there, down there. All right. And now this. Enable if the vrauk food is less than 100. And what that should do is make it so that we won't just be making a ton of biocrud in a loop if we don't need to. It'll only run those machines if this machine needs the input, basically, is how it will work. And right now, that would be like all the time they're going to try to run. So let's get the other non-perishable inputs going first, and then I think we can kind of turn on all the perishable ones simultaneously. Or at least we can try to. So what does that leave for us to do next? We need moss and phalangy. Phalangy is pretty straightforward. And we also don't need it on this side. So I think I want to get, like, sap done. All right, well, this says moss on top and sap below it. That's fine. So moss is 28 moss farms. Ouch. Fortunately, they're not actually all that big. But still, we're using this recipe, which has 2... Okay, so that's moss coming in that side. The other side will be phalangy. And let's just get these all set up. How many washers do I need making muddy sludge? Just 2. And how many things digging up soil for those? Also 2. Okay. Oh, somehow I only have 1. How did I achieve that? And another one of these somewhere. Or pull the pipe from the existing one. Yeah, that's easier. And that should pretty much be it. Build that missing soil extractor. And yeah, that is that part. That'll be the muddy sludge. Copy this. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope. There. Okay. That will be 28 of those when all is said and done. And the other thing that we're going to need is we're going to need sap extractors and we're going to need phalangy. And both of those are like 0 input, so they're pretty straightforward to do. We are going to need power through this whole system, which I think fortunately is just... there. Oh, and I forgot to put modules into all of these as well. Alright, muddy sludge should be, yeah, connected. Oh, these all need a stone input. I forgot I was using the stone recipe. Shoot. I didn't really design this for that. I might have to use long-handed inserters. Alright, well, it is, once again, time for the hourly break, so I'm going to let Twitch run ads, and we'll wrap this up, hopefully wrap up all of this build after that, and then we just need the however many, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of landfill in this area, unfortunately. I chose a pretty marshy area, so... Alright, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. There are kind of two ways that I could be doing this, and I've decided to go with the easier way, even though it is arguably more resource intensive. And that is... Ooh. Oh, shoot. That is not going to work. Oh, and this output is also right here. Okay, yeah, I have to move this whole build just a little bit. Which is fine. It's not what I was planning to do. And it doesn't have to be, like, very far. It just has to be, like, to here. Alright. And that should let us now... get stone belt all the way around. Okay. So that'll be the stone belt everywhere whenever the bots figure out what they're doing with it. This side, all of this needs to come down so it connects. And power apparently didn't get moved properly, or I never actually hooked it up. All right, that is moss. Or again, will be shortly. And then this will be stone off of this system. So however much stone we actually need here, 0.25, what does the system say? In total, I need 7 stone, half a belt. All right. Okay. So that'll be the stone input to all of this. That's fine. I want to leave a little more room here. Because I do have to feed through sap up to this input here. Sap does not have to go to food, so that is easy at least. And sap extractors have output. So, like... And no inputs, right? Except for power? Yeah. $18... $21... All right. And then all of this flip vertically. And actually insert the sap tree modules. I don't have enough sap trees on me right now. I'm waiting for more to get built up top, which is fine. And then... Of course. Okay. That is fine. That will be sap once I have more power poles here. And that just leaves Phawagy, which is 14 Phawagy thingies, yeah. But I can get that build done shortly. Let's head up to base. Let's grab a bunch of belts. Let's grab a bunch of power poles. Let's grab a bunch of pipes. It would be cool to get... I need to run power to some of this stuff as well. I need to deal with... What is this? Oh, right. This is the output of empty barrels, which I need to get routed up to here somehow. Didn't really think that through. I think if I do this... There we go. That should be empty barrels fed back in there. Wait. All right, all of those get powered as well. Cool. I think all I've got left to do is Phawagy for the vrauk food. And everything else is pretty much ready, besides maybe needing some more... Oh, right, I need more seaweed crop facilities. I'm going to need 7 in total in my inventory. And I'm going to want a few more... $30 more trees? All right. Let's go to base. Let's grab the stuff that we need. Let's see how we're doing on building up landfill. I don't think it's going to be enough. I might need to make another little landfill factory somewhere. Yeah, 175 landfill out of the thousands that we need. This is really just not pushing enough stone through. I mean, I can prioritize it. That's certainly a thing that I can do. There we go. But I'm surprised that this is not, like, completely backed up yet. What is still pulling at this end? Yeah, these are running. Which means this is topping up. Which means this is empty? Oh! Aha! This needs a pump. Yeah. That way this drains. But this stays at 100. And these guys won't be trying to run anymore. Well, quote-unquote anymore. So those should only turn on now if the overall sailing to the base gets disrupted for some reason. Which was what I tried to do before, I just did it wrong. Let's see, I need grain. Well, I don't know if I need grain inserters for this build, but I'm going to grab them. I need power poles. I'm going to let my guys bring me some of the other stuff we need. But yeah, I might need to make another landfill factory somewhere. Because if I have 2 jaw crushers... feeding into Mark II, one of these. Actually, I can still be a Mark I, can't it? We just need twice the jaw crushers and twice the, what are these? But the reality is we're also not pulling in enough stone for that, I don't think. Because we could pull in 4, 8, and that would pull in another 6, so that would be 14. So that would be pulling like a whole belt of stone. Which we're definitely not doing. Yeah, we might just have to let this run slowly. Let's just lurk here where the bots can kind of try to figure out what they want to bring me. Alright, I'm pretty much just waiting for the last sap trees to come. I mean, without enough landfill, the build's not going to get finished anyway, but why do I have a bunch of construction bots? Alright, how many more of these do we need? 7 more? They should all be on their way. Yeah. In theory... Oh, here we go. Well, maybe not. 3 more. There's so many bots swarming around me, I can't even really tell. Two more. There we go. 30 of them. Perfect. And we've got heaps of transport belts. We've got a bunch of pipe again. Hopefully all the inserters we need. Hopefully all the power poles we need. And are we already out of landfill? We're already out of landfill. Yeah. Oh, and apparently I didn't ever get enough seaweed. Huh. Oh, I probably forgot to ask for more seaweed from the bots. For, yeah. When we added additional machines, because I changed the recipe, I forgot to, Alright, most of this is still waiting on, yeah, needing over 1,000, probably close to a couple thousand, at least 1,500 landfill. So that's still going to be an issue, but I can get the Phawagy build going. 14 of these guys. And, oh, I need the modules. 140 Phawagy. Fortunately, I have plenty of Phawagy. We don't have steam. Oh, because we don't have enough water in here. Alright, this has been an issue. And I think I'm gonna just deal with it by, whoops, making this hook up here, then this output is going to go to an outfall. Wait. How? This is full. So alpha plus... Yeah. So that's fine. This should still be greater than 79.50, right? This should be at 79.97. 79... I mean, I can just change this threshold. Oh, that was it. I was missing the one there. Okay. Yeah, now this is going to try to reprocess. Beautiful. This is doing exactly what it's supposed to do now. All right. Yeah, that's what I was missing. I was missing this force 1 as opposed to input count. Yep, and now that we have space, we aren't gonna force, well, and also there's none of these. Yeah, because gamma is 0, because we've burned through all the ones here. Perfect. All right, this should be running now. That's bad. Oh, yep. Ulrich food on that output. And then I need to have an output here for fluorospalanin. And that, I think, will go directly to reprocessing. So that can be, like, here. If this does ever back up again with fluorospalanin, it just goes directly into... Excuse me. Goes directly into here. Oh, nice. Yeah, every once in a while, we hit the thresholds and we push a little more flora in here. Excellent. The problem is we're mostly getting fresh flora. This might still blip, is what I'm saying. And then here, unfortunately, I'm just going to have to do, like, that kind of deal. Yeah, and these guys are it's gonna take a little while for these all to get calves in them. Yep, there we go. The next ones are already running. Perfect. Why did I go over there in the first place? Oh, Fawaji thingies. Yeah. Alright, that will be Fawaji. Get power to it. Wait, really? Yeah, that's fine. That is right. And then on the input side, we're going to have the spores, which come from a spore collector. 1, 2 of those. Alright, that'll be able to turn on some of itself. These are also turning on some of themselves. Why doesn't this have... Oh, this doesn't have power because it needs one piece of landfill. But, yep, without a few hundred more landfill, this is... Yeah, I mean, it's just everywhere. Look, every single section around here. This is just such a swampy place. I didn't realize my landfill was so limited, or I would have... I would not have chosen to build this there. Unfortunately, that is what we're dealing with. $94 landfill. Yeah, this needs to be, like, doubled. If I can find a spot to do so. Need a bunch of... Oh, I don't need more of those at all. I've got everything I need. Get rid of all of those groups. Turn back on always... No, turn back off always trash. I still need to hold on to moss. Oh, yeah, my actual base construction bots can handle this. I forgot I had those. All right, well, that has doubled my landfill production, which may or may not be a terrible idea. I might be sucking a lot more stone than I should be. But, well, with this turned off down here, right? Yeah, and it is off, and the belts are fully saturated going all the way back. Yeah. I mean, we've got plenty of stone coming in for moss still. That's not a problem. They're not even touching the second half of the belt, so I'm not worried about it. And... yeah. I think this is going to be okay to double my landfill production, at least temporarily. But I'm still going to need a lot more. The other thing I could do is start making landfill down here, right? Where I already have gravel and stone. But then I would need to figure out how to, like, prioritize gravel output and stone output away from this current mess. And this is indeed a mess. So... well, I guess I do it from here, right? Stone is a little bit harder to figure out. And just the way I've got this working is also kind of silly. So I could take a second and probably reshape this, is my point, but I might do that. I might take the time to set that up so that it can spit out landfill as well. I don't know. I'm not totally convinced that that's a worthwhile, thing to do. And something else that I might need to do is, oh, well, something I definitely need to do is hook up the CO2 here. I might not need to make another CO2 source, just because I'm unsure if we're going to have enough CO2 coming from wherever places it gets generated as byproducts right now. If I look up here, I think I should have some CO2, yeah. So, like, it comes from acetylene production, and it comes from concrete production, and I think that's it. So I might need to, like, set up a bunch of moondrops somewhere, spitting out a bunch of CO2 into the base. Just so I have a, like, secondary source of CO2 when it's just, like, actually needed. I think this CO2 should be high priority, right? Yes. And ditto the one from the concrete, if I did it right. Also yes. Okay. So yeah, I could potentially set up a CO2, just a bunch of moondrop farms, spitting out CO2. But I think until I get the, like, 1,000 landfill that I need, this is gonna be blocked off. Like, I don't see this. Ooh, why did we stop? No ash. No ash because... what? Because water stopped. Water stopped because... oh. See. That didn't actually connect. Okay, there we go. Now that should be voiding. Finding new ways to break this build all the time. Oh, that's on water. Okay. Yeah, maybe it is worth redoing some of the way concrete is happening over here, just so that I can make a little more room for a little more room for so I can make room to get landfill out of this build as well as the concrete. There we go. Those are the words I was trying to say. This belt is the concrete out. All right, that is a belt out. Here we filter it. Sorry. Stone on the left. Gravel on the right. Stone will also need to be split off, because we'll need that for landfill. Now, jaw crushers. making gravel. 3 a second. All right. And this whole thing needs to go up a little bit further. All right, so now we've got gravel here and possibly stone here. So gravel also, here, we'll do output priority left. This will be gravel to landfill. If I just grab like that there. Put it like there. And then we will need that'll be 6 a second soil, and then we will have an output of landfill, which I'm not going to put on rails because that would be silly. Okay, and then again, we want to split, go up to here. We basically have this whole thing again, except this makes sand. And again, we want to prioritize gravel goes into sand before it goes anywhere else. The sand output will get prioritized to go here. Not that my bots are going to know what to do with any of that, but still. And then actually making concrete down here. How much lime are we actually capable of making? 4? Okay. So that 4 lime a second, that's potentially... Let's do it with these ones, actually. It'll be a little easier. Have this will be gravel out, and then the lower priority sand. Okay. All right, so that basically just leaves the soil input, which needs however much I decided I could use for second. I guess 6. And for 6 soil a second, how many soil washers is that? I don't even know. I'll do 4 of them. 4 is overkill. I know it's overkill, but that's okay. Oh, I would have liked to put the pump up here somewhere, but I don't think that's happening. Oh, and of course, I need to fix these so that they are properly double-sided belts. All right. Well, this will at least try to make landfill now. I don't. Oh, you don't have water. It's not going on the. Make this a warehouse. I may as well. Not that I'm expecting this to ever back up a huge amount of landfill, but still. This should be pretty good. As long as there's still, you know, stone coming along the rails, then that will do what it needs to do. What are we stopped on? We're stopped on... Yeah, we are. All right. Why? These are all running full speed. I mean, I fully believe that it's just not a big enough build for, like, all of the demand that I've put on it at this point. Alright, that's something to keep in mind. We do need to improve sap down there. I don't want to use the sap buildings that I currently have, because those are for the... they're for the vrauk build. So... I don't want to be pulling off of them. let's see. Hopefully I have enough landfill to finish this. Because we only need a little bit here. Yeah. So this is done, and this will start making landfill now. I mean, whenever it has the appropriate things. Yeah, this just needs a big old load of stone, which will happen eventually, right? We have copper still running, making stone and gravel, so they will eventually end up getting shipped on down to this station. Yeah, there's gravel coming through right now. So yeah, as long as this is running, and it should be running pretty consistently, I hope. $70 stacks. 4, 5. Yeah, we've got like 6 stacks. Pretty close. Okay. Yeah, this is only running at like half capacity. Does this end up making like 0.8 times how many machines? 10. That's 8 items a second. That is more than half a belt. Okay. I definitely messed that up. Let's go fix that so that we're looking at properly splitting that belt in half. All right, these ones output, yeah, like 0.9 items a second. We do 4 and 5. These output 0.8 a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. But it also looks like we're blocked on this whole thing, which is blocked on... Oh, molten copper. Okay. Yeah, we're just full up on molten copper. Which is fine. The system is stopped. But still, this is wrong. We do want to do this, I think. And that'll keep these running 1.5 items a second, which is 6. That's fine. And each of these is... Okay, I've already got this one folded over. So this is the only one that I didn't really fold over appropriately. And then here I've got 5 of these and 4 of these. But this gets folded into half of it here, so 5, so that's 2.5 of these effectively. 9, 11.5 times 2/3. Yeah, there's plenty of space, or should be plenty of space for everything coming off of these. It would probably make more sense to do this here. That 5 of these run on the outside and 4 of them on the inside. But even still, there's, again, plenty of space. Or, sorry, 5 of them on the inside, 4 of them on the outside. Two and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 there versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. So if I do one more, it would be 6 and 5.5, which is slightly more balanced. Okay. Let's do that. I mean, the other thing that I could do is lane balance everything, but that sounds like work. And I don't think it's strictly necessary. I should probably set this to request more stacks. That way there will be more guys in flight, because I have seen this run out from time to time when the schedule doesn't quite work out. So I think it's fine to dispatch another train to here. Cool. Let's see. One of these trains somewhere has stone in it. Might be this guy. Nope. That's empty. Nope, there's the stone train. It hadn't left yet. Okay. So that should deliver some more stone down to this system. Oh, and tin is also still running, which is great, because this will eventually fill up as well. Alright, so stone delivery. Stone will get pushed up to the left first and try to saturate. Oh, I was not paying close attention. Twitch is running an ad very shortly. Whoops. I will be back in just a minute. I will still top up my water. And then we will pick up here. All right, welcome back, everybody. I did see the train of stone get through here, and it did turn it into some small amount of landfill. So yay. That's, I mean, landfill is just as good of a sink for all that stuff as as wow, words are hard today. Landfill is just as good of a sink for all that stuff as concrete is, so. All right, well, a little bit more of this. It does look like I need some more 10, 20, 30, 40, 56. A weird number. But yeah, a couple of these spots where it's blocked are gonna be... Oh, this is not whitelisted properly to BioCrud. Yeah, and all of these are gonna be trying to put this in here, but it's not gonna work. Well, actually, it might start working. I need to get more seaweed so that all the rest of those machines can turn on. But we should start getting some agar soon. We're still missing Phawagy, though, so the system as a whole is not going to turn on. Where's my nearest... No seaweed here, is there? No. There's seaweed up here. See here. Seaweed. That should be plenty. So yeah, all I really need at this point is a few hundred more landfill. That's just a tall order, apparently, for my base. I didn't realize it was going to be such a tall order for the base. I think if I had realized that my landfill was messed up sooner, we would be in a better place. There we go. But unfortunately... Oh, perfect. This is spreading out around the circle exactly the way I would want it to. Moss is... Okay, well, moss is kind of blocked right now. Not all of it has power, not all of it is built, so we're not going to see moss doing, like, its full thing. But we do have it into here. Yeah, we're really just waiting for Phawagy. And this thing that I accidentally did weird. And then BioCrud. I'm out of spots, really, for stations here. I should put BioCrud onto the rails. I guess I could do it over here. There's plenty of space on this section. So just route the BioCrud over and have a pickup station here. I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. It also just occurred to me that I did this kind of exactly where I said I didn't want to do stuff, because I said I wanted to be able to redo the lead station here. Although I guess I can make it pointed north here. At least some of it. I think all 4 of these stations are lead related. Yes. We've got the stone out. We've got the lead plate out. We've got general deliveries. And we've got lead out. Oh, and there should be a hot air in. I apparently got rid of the hot air in. Ooh. Alright. Well, that's only going to be a problem eventually. How much more landfill do I need down here? That's the real question. Hundreds. Hundreds more landfill. Okay. Yeah, and this is dumping gravel, which can't make landfill on its own, right? This has to do its conversion into concrete. And there's nothing I can do about that. That's just... I need stone for landfill. I could put a buffer for the gravel, I guess, so gravel deliveries don't immediately get turned into landfill or get turned into concrete, but have a chance to become landfill. But that just adds even more complication to that setup. And I don't really want to add more complication to that setup. Well, that's another 100 and something landfill, which is... No, just 90 more landfill. Oof. Yeah, not the fastest. What else could I be working on right now? That's a question. Oh, I could work on that. Finally get the fish byproducts to shared meat processing done. I keep saying I need to do that. I do need to do that. Bone, I mean, I could just take everything from this and run it right down into this. And then it would be reprocessed from here as part of the rest of the setup. I think that would be totally reasonable. What do I need to do here? Gas power plant. I don't really need that. Alright, what do I need moving backwards? Fish stage 2. Water invertebrates. Zippers. Nitrogen stage 2. Corlex. Better plastics. Genetics. What do you need? Oh, you're going to need mycology stage 2, and then Yadles. And then it looks like Paragen. Yeah. Cool. So that's almost everything for Pi Science 2 in queued. There's going to be other stuff that I can grab, of course. Oil distillation is probably going to be important. Lubricant seems unnecessary at this stage, other than as a way to compress some fluids. Pyrite from iron oxide and sulfur. Not sure. Oh, and then there's military science, which I could get researched. Oh, I have a lab research speed upgrade that I can grab as well. I didn't realize that. So there's stuff to do. Better nickel processing, I'll want that eventually. Guar. Not sure why I would want that right now. But yeah, that's a bunch of research queued. Okay. So let's get the output of... Ooh, one of these belts is broken. Not that it matters. I make way too much hot air, but like... Where did I do that? Right here. Uh-huh. I did that because we've got a signal here. Alright, that's fixed. Again, not that it's a problem. We have way too much... oh, this should be asking for wood. Why is there no wood? Is it just that we haven't built enough wood? Wood is stopped. Wood is stopped because I don't make CO2. Okay. That's something that I was worried about. Was that the system overall wasn't going to make enough CO2 because right now I'm only making it as a byproduct. So I will need to figure out CO2 source on the rail system sooner or later. For now, though, let's get... where's fish? Down below me. Let's get fish... all the fish guts. Where do those need to go? They need to come down into this system, join up like here. So I think we probably want to come around this side. I think that's easier. Yeah, like over here somewhere. It's a little maybe too far that way. Oop. Too far. All right. That's finally done. And that'll be the fish guts all coming down to be intermingled with the rest of whatever we need. And this will just slowly empty itself out of whatever's in here. This is just making fish oil right now, so it's not going to be a huge amount of byproducts, but it'll just be nice to have it centralized and processed along with everything else and not being in the way. All right, well, that was significantly faster than I thought it would be. Oh, I didn't even think that there might be some landfill that ended up in here, but I don't really see it. So, there's so much stone in here. I mean, that's something I could do. If I come down here to where I'm making my landfill. Can I get... No, I'm going to have to do it here. All right, so that's actually... No, let's do it on the other side. And then if I make a bunch of these... Okay. This needs to be hooked up. And then all of those can request stone. And the Logibots are going to have a field day. But they should be able to bring in just, yeah, heaps and heaps and heaps of stone from up here. I like that it thinks that I have available bots. That's very funny. It's a lie, but it's funny. Okay, and I can also put this here again. Prioritize left because that feeds machine parts, and those are more important than building more bots. But at this point, we can start building more bots. Alright. Well, I should get out of here because as long as the Logibots are doing stuff like with me, they're going to be potentially not doing what I want them to do. which is bringing all the stone down to here. Is this one of the stupidest things that I have ever done in this? Yes. This little Logi-powered thing. But I have so much stone up here. I'm constantly dumping it into the Logi network, right? So the bots are gonna have plenty, and it does need to be pulled out of this system. Like, there's too much stone in here. So I think this will be fine, at least for the short term. I'll need to keep an eye on it. But it does seem like a reasonable, well, quote-unquote reasonable thing to do. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to run as fast as these ones, but it'll still run. And then this one only runs when it gets stone, and it can only make like 30 landfill from each batch of stone, apparently. I didn't realize how compressed landfill really was. Well, that is a little bit more. Let's see if I can come in from the right angle to actually get, like... Yeah, that needs to turn on there. Yeah, no, we still need a little bit more landfill for any of these to get turned on. I'm trying to get kind of each chunk to turn itself on. Ooh, that's bad. This needs to be filtered. And unfortunately, I've almost certainly been putting a little bit of, yes, biocrud on the thing. Did I not fix this? Oh. The answer is I sort of fixed it, but I sort of didn't. For now, we're going to put down a deposit for biocrud. It'll deal with all the wood that's there eventually. It'll figure itself out. And I need a filtered outserter here. Yeah. That should take care of any of the biocrud that made it onto the, Alright, so we just need the vrauk food and the cocoons. The cocoons need these to get placed. The food needs these guys to start running, and that's waiting on, oh, just a tiny bit of landfill to get this through. That's kind of annoying. There we go. This thing, yeah, this all needs a little bit of landfill. Yeah, like 500 up there and another couple hundred down here. These guys should be starting to back up here. Yep, yep. Beautiful. And how is their food doing? I should check that, because that build is constantly breaking, so... It looks fine. Oh, interesting. Somehow we ended up with a bunch of, like, half... Oh, and biomass stacks to 100, which is funny, too. We ended up with a bunch of half stacks in here, so it's trying to, like, put more stuff in. How did that happen? Is that from this putting in biomass when it recycles? I'm not sure. I mean, it should be fine. It'll figure itself out eventually, but... I always get a little worried when it's not running, like, totally normally. What is this? This is picking up more tailings? Yeah, how is tailings processing doing, by the way? We're backed up again. Oof. I was not ever actually expecting this to... Well, I guess our only sink for tailings dust right now is cocoons. Or not cocoons, empty comb, right? And that is just stacked. Oh, and it's very close to requesting another stack of it, too. That's funny. Unfortunately... Let's see, as far as this goes, this is normal priority tailings dust. So I must have this one marked as high priority, right? Yes. So it will prefer to pull from here as soon as we actually have demand going for the empty comb. Which I thought we would be doing, but we got distracted having to do this vrauk build. Do I have the space down here? I don't think I do. I think I'd need to go one higher, and then I'm really pushing into the lead build. Yeah, there isn't space for another thing here. And if I were to clear that... Yeah, we are way up in the lead build now. I mean, I could go off grid and just push this up the little bit that I need, and that might be what I do. Because why isn't this outputting biocrud? Oh, it is. It's full. Because this isn't built. Yep, that's fine. We should see everything else, like, be at its cap. Yes. Oh, and I didn't even start putting water barrels in yet, so let's get those started. Because this will put 110 of these in the loop, and I'd like to have a few more than that, so... That is why I've been holding on to them in my inventory all this time. Yeah, I think there's plenty of room in the loop. There's a couple spots that have gotten crowded, and I think that's just because of when things got turned on and loaded. I don't think it's because... Oh, stone's not making it around the loop yet to turn on that side. Okay, that makes sense. It's just because of when stuff got turned on. I started side loading, because you can see here there's a bunch of empty space around the edge. So I'm not worried about this thing filling up. And hopefully as various machines start grabbing different things, you know, these are going to be grabbing all their water barrels. Probably they haven't grabbed down to this end yet. Nah, they're trying. You know, stuff gets spread around the circle as it gets grabbed at different times. So we will end up with eventually the various inputs spread around more. Because you can see that's kind of what happened with the moss. As things grabbed moss, it got pushed in at different places, and hopefully same with everything else. And if we do need more of any of this, if it seems like it's not working, we can always push up the numbers. But of course, if it gets too full, the sushi belt will lock up, and that would be bad. Okay. Oh, the reason I was thinking about making this bigger, I don't know if I actually explained that, or if I was just thinking about things in my head. We need vrauk food, only a tiny amount. But, oh, that's still the spreadsheet. Let's switch this back to FC. Nope, not that. That one. If I allow overproduction and set fixed building count to 1, that's exactly 3 things making cellulose and exactly 2 making agar. Yeah. Exactly 10 seaweed crop facilities. Yup. A little bit more wood. Doesn't matter. Exactly 3 soil. Okay, so yeah, that's exact. So I can make exactly 0.4. So this makes the 0.019 extra. Queen bees need 0.032. So unfortunately, I was hoping, well, to run exactly 3 apiaries making queens, I need 0.032. So unfortunately, we are going to have to make vrauk food for queens. I think we're also going to need it for not queens. If I go back to the bees tab. Oh, this has vrauks in it, not as an input. Oh, God. What did I do? Oh, because I was scaling this based off of... Yeah, that's fine. All right, so we want to make arqads. Means we need this. There we go. And we need our 0.071 micro queens a second. And this makes 300 micro queens a second. So in theory, I mean, that's whatever for 2 of these. This isn't scaled, right? It doesn't matter. But yeah, we do still also need a little bit of rock food here. 0.05 a second. And here, rocks on rails, we're using 0.3 something a second. So what I should probably actually do is nuke the vrauk food build that's here and make a bigger, more central vrauk food build. Or just leave this one here and make another one somewhere else. You know, it seems like... Well, it's pretty much only used for arqads and vrauks, so maybe I do just want to do vrauk food as part of bees then. Because we do also have... I mean, what are the inputs to vrauk food? Yeah, nothing... It's all whole. I think it's all new, unfortunately. But it's all basically ZI, right? Like, cellulose needs wood, which is, well, ultimately ZI. Tin plate's really the only input. So, we might be able to get this going for bees. Or what I'll do is I'll take apart the vrauk food build that's here, and, you know, if we take all this apart, we can move vrauk food to a centralized station somewhere. I don't know. Doesn't matter where. And then send it both to here and to the arqads. Oh, Yadals are still what I need as well. Mycology and the Yadals themselves. Alright, well, 3 more texts to queue, and then we've got everything to the new science queued up. As always, I am woefully behind my research. But as we get more and more things online, we will see it slowly catch up, I think. How are we looking up here if I find my... I mean... $300 landfill of the, like, 1,000 that I need. So, still not, Interesting that they're taking those to storage and not, like, immediately to these. But I guess these ones already have all the trips scheduled for them. And I'm going to assume that this has not made any... Oh, it has! 15 whole landfill. Woohoo! That's from an entire train of stone makes 15 landfill. That's, Again, I knew landfill was pretty heavily compressed, but when I actually see it like that, it's a little silly. Alright, well, I've got like 300. Let's see if this is enough to get a little bit more of the vrauk build going. I'd like to get at least one of the cocoon machines running. Oop. Oh. There we go. Somewhere in here I have vrauks. Cool. And that used almost all of my landfill. That has used basically all of my landfill. Okay. But we did get these things turned on now. Which, without vrauk food, is just gonna, unfortunately, be a bunch of decay. Oh, that reminds me. I need this as well, like here. And then this is spoilage, which I guess for now I'm going to put into this same... this same thing that the biocrud goes into. Output full. Oh, you're full of biocrud. Okay, yeah. So this has to get built before this will turn itself back on, and that's fine. I don't want it just cycling, turning everything into biocrud anyway. 376, 550. Yeah, that's just so much. And like, I can go in here and remove the ones that got placed by me misplacing things, but I don't think it'll be a significant adjustment to the overall number. What do these guys need? They need food. And food still needs... oh, we should have actually ended up making some. Oh, it's here. Okay. Yeah, so we do have a little bit of, whatever, phagogy. Yeah, this is close to being able to turn itself on. If I were to just grab this... this would start pushing a little bit of vrauk food out. Not a ton. How much phagogy does each one of these need? 5? Yeah. Not a ton of phagogy, but like some phagogy, which turns into some vrauk food. This is... yeah, cool. Alright, and we do have just a few extra barrels. I'm going to go ahead and throw the rest of these in. And just let them be part of the loop. Because I think we're going to have the capacity for them just fine. And then, yeah, we're pushing in vrauk food. This should be done. There shouldn't be any more crud in there. Yeah, and these are going to start making cocoons as the food kind of loops around. Then all of these are going to be wanting to try to push their stuff in. Absolutely beautiful. That is what I want to see. Is everything's kind of getting mixed up together. Because, yeah, the more all this gets mixed up, the more kind of efficiently the whole loop will work. Because if everything's clumpy, then it, like, has to wait for each ingredient, and the system won't run as well. So you ideally do want to see it spread out. And then down here, running. Yeah, it'll start making requests for other stuff sooner or later, but that's just fine as well. All right, so I still need like 500 landfill. That remains my biggest bottleneck. Grab that. Probably up here we've got another chunk of it. 30, 25, 44. Yeah, that's another like 100. I need like 5 times that. All right, well, it's been about 6 hours. I think it's time to call it the end of this stream. We have, well, actually some of these are going to complete, so we will get some vrauks from the build at least. This is a chunk of vrauks on rails. If we go back to YAFC, find bees, and if we go back to Science 2, nested table, we're gonna need one of these things. Needs arqad venom as an ingredient, and I don't remember what it is. Good alien samples, arqad venom. There we go. And this will also automatically scale up our arqad honey creation for what we need for Science 2 as well. No, it won't, because we're not actually doing it. There we go. Yeah. But if we clear fixed building count, link these. Yeah. So this tells us we need however many vrauks a second. 0.52. Oh no, this build only makes 0.38. Are you kidding me? Oh, because that's 1 science per minute. No. No. We want this. Whatever this amount is. 10 a second. Or sorry, 0.2 a second. Let me set this per minute and just make sure that it's right. No, that's right. That's 12 a minute. We want 12 a minute. Okay, that's a more reasonable vrauk demand. 0.1. So this is plenty of vrauks for whatever else we might need them for as well. So we're good there. And then, yeah, arqad honey into barrels, wherever I put the barrels. you know, we'll pipe some of this over to science as well. It's a direct input for Pi Science 2, apparently. You know, there's lots of stuff that we still need to get built up on Rails and ready to go for Pi 2. But, yeah, and this vrauk food, this 0.04 a second that we need, and we're making, yeah, 0.02. So this makes like half of the excess that we need. So we might want to, I don't know, maybe it is worth making a separate vrauk food build at like just twice this scale. So 2 of these machines, however much of the moss it needs, tree seeds, you know, I'd have to rejigger my vrauk build a little bit to accommodate bringing in the food instead of the plates and the seeds and the whatever, but might be worth it. Might be worth it. Because then I can also send the vrauk food in that we need for bees, right? Because we do need this. Enough vrauk food. It looks like it's 1-to-1 with the vrauks that we send in, because we need the vrauk food for it. Alright, let's get rid of the Pi Science Pack 2. Let's add arqad as our output. And this is the 0.15 a second that we want. Oh no, that was including... Shoot, 1 second. We gotta go back. Pi Science 2. Fixed building count. 2 of these research centers, because I already decided that's my scale. Good alien samples. Full render arqads. Link them. Okay. So this brings in 0.0056 a second. Well, it's what? We want 12 a minute of these. That is, I think that's what it is. Let's go to minute, because I'm thinking in terms of science. Yeah, 12 a minute. So yeah, 3 1/3 arqads per minute. So 10 thirds. 60 is 0.0555555555. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's 2. Let's just say it's 2 of these apiary hydrocarbon plants making arqads. That's our scale. Let's just do that. And this doesn't like something. Unlink arqads. There we go. And then, yeah, we're going to make some extras per minute. Which is fine. Yeah, 0.071 when I need 0.056. But that seems like a reasonable... Oh, yeah, because that scales to 1 reproductive complex. This is a fine scale. Just a matter of figuring out... We need 17 microqueens a second. How many queens are we making? 320 microqueens a second. Okay. So, this queen build can handle the rest of the system as it all comes online. I do actually need to integrate these into one bees build. So if we say... allow overproduction of queens. And set fixed buildings count here to 3. And natural gas barrels, because we want our input to be, well, gaseous natural gas. Unlink empty comb. Yeah, and that tells us how much we will need to bring in. We need a lot of rock food. 5 nests doing... Oh, making arqad nests. Yep. Okay. So yeah, this is the real, like, the full setup that can keep queens running. I mean, we don't need to keep queens running at full scale, and I think for most of these things, it's overkill to keep them going, but I don't see a reason not to just build this as is. For the, 3 machines that are just rolling queens and feeding into the system, right? And then eggs, once we have our first queens. How do I allow overproduction? Oh, I gotta do the link. Allow overproduction. What did I just do? Oh, that's fine. Allow overproduction here. Should be doing overproduction of arqads as well. Oh, no, it's not. I see what I did. Because now 2 of these is what's needed here, so I think I need 4. Allow overproduction. Yeah, 0.067. 0.031, which is not enough, so I need 4 of these here. Okay. This is the full-scale build, which does make more queens than we need, so maybe we go down to just 1 machine rolling queens. What did I do? Okay, you know what? Let's clear fixed building count here. We're gonna have arqads as an output. Not that small of a number. Yeah, we should be able to do this with 3. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. No, I don't see. Alright. So yeah, with 2 of these, we're making extra whatever. That's fine. I set this building count to 1. And I allow overproduction of my queens. We're now making less. If I go up to 3... Okay. That's fine. 0.08, one of those. 79 micro queens extra, because we're scaled to just 1. You know, maybe I'll only build 5 machines making nests. Because, yeah, normally this would only say we need a quarter of an apiary, but I do want to build it so that it can handle more queen production. I want to have a stash of queens. So I think... Yeah, I think this is the overall, like, unified build. I mean, I could scale this to use maybe, like, one more reproductive complex. If I scale up to, like, 4 of those... No, see, that pushes it over 1. 2 of those. There we go. And that makes more queens and actually kind of leaves us with just barely enough arqads for science. So I don't really... Well, this will stop eventually. Like, we'll have a buffer of queens. But still, I don't necessarily want to... I think this is fine. We're gonna make, 100 micro queens a second. However long that's gonna take to roll our first queen. It's gonna be a while. And then the rest of this stuff will all be built up around it. So I think we just gotta figure out, like, sap will do on site, right? That's easy. That's only 4 sap extractors. Releasias we should do on site. Soil is a local thing. Water. Releasia seeds. That's actually quite a few releasias. We do need to bring in hydrogen. I need to figure out a source of biomass. And the red hot coke. I think red hot coke we probably also want to make on site. And we'll bring in coal as an ingredient. And we'll also just use it as the fuel for this oxygen furnace. The coke oven gas, I don't even know what to do with. And I'm sure that I can use some of it to make steam locally. But that's going to be... Oh no! 1.5, 0.49, 0.38. Oh! Cool. So we can just burn it all into steam. Awesome. And that'll save a little bit of electricity. That's fine. And then that just leaves biomass and figuring out what... potentially I could compost, right? I compost 5 releasias to 2 biomass, or 3 seeds to 4 biomass, and 5 releasias is 8 seeds. Okay. So if I compost releasia seeds, then we just say this whole thing is going to be releasia powered. That's 1 composter. That's not bad. Right? Because I don't think I can compost sap. No. So these are our inputs then. Hot air, a little bit of empty comb, vrauk food, ulrichs. Oh, this doesn't include the extra honey that we need for science. That's important. How much honey is that? 6.666666666. Okay. So we want minus all of that. Cool. So that should rescale itself. I don't think it ends up mattering. I don't think we're making that much arqad honeycomb anyway. I mean, 4 machines making it versus 2. Okay, so it is significant. Okay. This is looking mostly reasonable to me at this point. We need to be able to bring in vrauk food, of course. We are going to need a bunch of random crap. Looking at the shopping list, we need 140 arqads to fully module everything. Some of them we won't have to right away. I think if we look at the queen bees, scale this to just one of these, making queen bees, yeah, we can see that, like, we only need to get 2 of the hydrocarbon plants. I mean, how many do we actually need here? This is the question. 50. So we should be able to get everything going that the queens need from, like, this, and then the overall bees. Does this include... Oh, this does not include bringing in... making bitumen. Okay. Build comb. Set building count 1 here. Bitumen to empty comb. There we go. Yeah, and if we uncheck it, yeah, it says we need to bring in 0.066 total empty comb a second, and we'll recycle some from wax. Eventually, we'll end up pulling in more, and we'll be pushing wax out to other uses. Looks like at Blue Science, yeah, there's advanced castings, charcoal briquettes, there's all sorts of stuff. But at our tier, all we can do with it is make some of the comb that we need, and bring in the rest from the system. Yeah, link all of our... Oh, tall oil barrel. And then tall oil comes from naphtha, I guess. Yeah, for now. For now, I'll bring it in from naphtha, because I'm making naphtha as part of our natural gas refining. Not enough, though, apparently. So we might need to bring in tall oil from a different source. We might have to get tar processing going. There's also, oh, coke fluidization. Link the tar of that. Anyway, there's options for the tall oil, I guess. I do still need to figure that out, though. Because it does look like if I do natural gas and then turn that into tall oil. Oh, we make extra. Okay. So I just need to find another naphtha sink in that case. It's not that I'm not making enough tall oil, it's that we need we need to find a use for more of it. All right, as far as our overall setup then, we're going to have an input that brings in ulrichs, empty comb, vrauks, and coal. We're going to have a hydrogen input, natural gas input, tall oil as an input. Probably it should come as an input, and I should do whatever processing makes tall oil elsewhere. And then hot air. So 4 fluids in one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 solids in the other. And then native flora. Oh, is for the filled comb. Okay. So yeah, this is a pretty significant build, all things considered. But we can do it piecewise, and we only have to build, like, all of these parts, which is most of it, I know, for, to actually start the queens rolling. And then we're going to have ash out, we're going to have arqads out, which will need to go to slaughter for their venom, and then bitumen. Yeah, and this is all, we're going to venom, arthropod blood, all of this stuff, but that is different. Totally different module, right? Our outputs here are going to be a little bit of ash, the arqads themselves, and bitumen. So that's 5 train stops, 3 outputs, and 2 inputs, a fluid input and everything else input. Okay. That is a plan. This is, again, a real big build, but, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's not the end of the world. So what do we actually need to do then for this system to start working? Besides building it, we need... Here, if we get vrauk food off of here, get rid of phawagy, get rid of everything on here that's for vrauk food only. Seaweed, moss is its own thing, agar, steam. Okay. So this is just, yeah, what it needs. And it needs 0.38 vrauk food a second. The bees need 0.086. So we need, call it half of per second of vrauk food, which I think is, like I said, it's like just over what you can do with one machine making it. So I think we're gonna do 2. Yeah, and if we scale it to 2, do phawagy, spores. Okay, it's exactly 3 spore collectors. That's that's ratioed. I like it. How much stone do we need? Too much stone. Moss. So we want the one that uses stone. Yeah, tree seeds, agar, cellulose, limestone, wooden wood will get chopped from logs, steam. Muddy sludge, soil extractors, water. Oh, and the seaweed on site. Okay. So this is the vrauk food build that I need to take apart half of the current vrauk build for. Once this is done, we can get the we'll switch vrauks over to just requesting food. That's vrauks on rails. Go away, sap 2. And then we can start working on bees, or the queen bee subset of bees, really. Which is the one apiary doing kind of everything. A couple of them doing honeycomb, and then going from there, making sure that we have the space for, you know, all the rest of the parts of this build. Yeah. What do I need hydrogen for? The releases. What are releases for? Oh, arqads themselves. Interesting. And the eggs. But I don't need them for the queens, apparently? Okay, I don't even need the releases for the queens. Cool. So yeah, this is the initial subset, and then we'll of course be moving to scale it up to this, and we might want to leave room to scale this as well, to make more bitumen. You know, I don't know how much we think we're gonna want, but you know, 2 of them here is making 10 a second, which is pretty good. But yeah, we should leave some room to be able to scale this. You know, maybe I say the initial scale should be yeah, 4 of these, 2 of these. Yeah, that's not bad. We don't have to do this build all the way again, because just for the queens we only need... The whole point of making bitumen in the first place is just to bootstrap used comb to get wax, to get empty honeycomb, right? So that's its initial priority, and like bitumen is a byproduct, but I do want to leave space for the filled comb processing and getting bitumen out of it. And it does look like we will eventually need filled comb for upgrading the arqads as well. So that is something to keep in mind. Sure, I will forget it by the time I get to blue science, but... Alright. So as far as what we need for the queens, we need to bring in the eggs, which is fine. We'll do sap on site. We need to rebuild vrauk food, and then we need to start getting the arqad build done. I'm shocked that we're here. Okay. So that's the to-do list for the next session. Finally build arqad queen gambling. But before that, at top is rebuild vrauk food to be centralized. Confirm. Okay. So that's, that is not bad as an overall goal. And I think we can accomplish that on Thursday, no problem. I think Thursday, finally, we will have all the vrauks we need. Oh, I forgot that this is not making enough sap for the scale of our overall vrauk production here? Question mark? Also, I can definitely turn this system off now. I don't think we need it at all anymore. I'll let this, like, run some more crafts if it so desires. But, like, we are now making all the vrauks all the time. So I'm not too worried about it. Then up here, we have some of the landfill that we need. $400. I was hoping that long chunk of time spent in Yafsi would have been. Where's the train stuck? Yeah, okay. That station needs to be rebuilt anyway, so I'm not actually that concerned. Like, it's not great that it's there, but... And I think it'll be there until I have, like, lead demand, which could be a while. But it should at least, what am I trying to say? It's out of the way. I don't think it's going to gum up any of the rest of the system other than, you know, taking up a... taking up a... Words. Sorry. Taking up a train. But... that is not, I don't think, a huge deal. Or do I not have the Fawaji that I... Oh, of course not, because I accidentally put it all in here when I was manually shuffling things. Oh, really? One short? All right. Oh. We're dangerously close to actually being done here, aren't we? We need a bunch more moss, and we need only 50 more... okay. This is not awful. Let's see if we can find a bunch of moss. And I'm sure I have moss farms around somewhere that are hopefully at least a little bit backed up. But I would like to get this vrauk build kind of done, even though I'm going to tear apart. Why are you stopped? You don't have CO2. Why don't you have CO2? Because there's just no CO2 here. Why is there no CO2 here? Oh, because we're just out of CO2 on rails. Right, I remember. I was looking into this. Okay. Well, that's going to be also a thing for tomorrow. Alright, so that'll be first. Fallback, CO2, on rails. So that'll be the first thing we do. We'll move to the vrauk food rebuild, and then we can do the arqad queen gambling. And that is probably more than enough stuff to plan for Thursday. Why are there logs all in this belt? Did I not filter these? Oh, I hate myself. Hate myself so much. All right, let's get this cleaned up. All right, these guys are going to be whitelisted on logs. Okay. They should be able to get all of the logs all the way around. So I just need, I just need like my 50 odd whatevers, and apparently one sap tree that I'm short. I don't know how I ended up short one sap tree. Add a section. And then this sort of trash bin is going to have to be... we're going to have to figure out what to do with the stuff coming off of that. The biocrud and the... I think the fluorospalanin and stuff we can push into... into this system, but I'm not sure about the biocrud, etc. But hopefully if I go up here now, I have at least some amount of 28, 22. Yeah, that's enough. All right, we're finally going to have this stupid thing built. All right. Oh, and I guess we're going to have one... I was going to say, somewhere up here, there's going to be like a lone bot trying to take one of these things to me. Oh, I didn't actually put it in there. Sap tree. 1. Unfortunately... Well, maybe there's one in here that it will actually bring to me, but otherwise it's going to be coming from way up there. Yep, there we go. Oh no, that bot was not the one delivering it. Well, it doesn't hurt to start wandering in that direction. Try to intercept whatever bot is bringing it on the way. That's all I need, is the one sap tree. I think it was the only remaining module that was missing. All right, we got it. Everything else the bots are bringing me can wait. While I'm out, grab whatever landfill is here, which won't be much. No. Yeah, we're obviously going to have to take a bunch of the no stone. No stone. Stone request. Stone request, but no stone. This is low priority, right? Yes. Oh, there's stone. Okay. Oh, and I do already have hydrogen on the rails? From where? I forgot I did that. I have no idea where it's coming from. Like, I have legitimately no idea where it's coming from. Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah, okay, so this does come from the old base. Okay, but that's fine. That's enough that I don't have to worry about it for bees. For the releases that they need. Hopefully. Alright, and that should already be another request. Because stone is not super dense, but there may not actually be enough stone floating around to keep this system fed. Which would also be unfortunate. But, yeah, so next time, to-do list again. More CO2 needs to happen. We need to tear down some, but not all of this, for vrauk food to become centralized. And once the vrauk food is centralized, that will be the last input to bees, and we can actually start the bee build. So I think, I mean, as always, stuff goes wrong, but that is the primary, the last thing I think that we need. So, yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Thanks very much to everyone who's tuned in. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's always appreciated. And if you want to watch live, there is a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. So thanks again, everybody. Tomorrow's stream is, as usual, going to be Kerbal Space Program, the KOS-only realistic run. And then Thursday's more pie, and Friday is hopefully going to be Words. I am having a hard time today. I'm sorry. Friday will hopefully be Crestorio, unless I come up with a better plan for my Friday stream. So, yeah, thank you all for a third time, and I will see you in the next one.